I'm thrilled to serve as your host and session chair for this event. Today, we'll delve into the outcomes of COP28 and we discuss why we must accelerate our transition faster than the international consensus. And additionally, we'll explore the roles of businesses, policymakers, academics, and activists in the green transition here in the UK. Before we officially kick off with our wonderful, brilliant speakers, I'd like to cover a quick housekeeping note. We are not expecting any fire alarms today, but if the alarm does sound, our colleagues here will direct you to the closest fire exits to vacate the building safely. And now, I am thrilled to introduce our video address by the former US Vice President, the founder and chairman of the Climate Reality Project, Al Gore.
I'm really glad to join in welcoming all of you to this important gathering. And let me start by simply applauding the tremendous partnership between Climate Reality Europe, University College London, and the Climate Cafe for coming together to organize today's event. Together, all of us have just lived through the hottest year in recorded history here on Earth, a year that many scientists believe was the hottest year in 100,000 years and probably much more than that. We've experienced the destructive fires and smoke, the devastating floods and landslides, the widespread droughts, the melting ice and sea level rise, the much stronger storms that have caused so much damage, and many other horrific impacts caused by humanity's collective failure thus far to tackle the climate crisis with the urgency it obviously demands. We know what we've got to do. We need to stop using the sky as if it were an open sewer. We have to rapidly phase out the use of fossil fuels as quickly as possible and move then to replace them as quickly as possible with the clean energy solutions that are fully available to us today. The electricity is cheaper in almost the entire world. It doesn't have the co-pollution that kills many millions of people each year with the lung problems. It creates 3 times as many jobs per dollar spent or per pound spent compared to money put into the old, dirty, poisonous fossil fuel complex. Many of you know full well world leaders meeting at COP28 finally, after 30 years and 28 of these conferences of the parties, finally agreed to transition away from fossil fuels. And that's important. However, that agreement is simply the bare minimum required, and unfortunately it's filled with loopholes, and what happens next will determine whether it's truly meaningful or not. If we want to see the strongest outcome from COP28, then it's up to all of us to hold our leaders accountable to their pledges. It's up to the policymakers, the businesses, and most of all, the people like you gathered here today to dramatically shift the global energy transition into overdrive and get busy building a healthy and sustainable future that we can be proud to pass on to the next generation. They deserve it. And it goes without saying that this is a big job, and it's going to require more than simply words and conversations. It's going to require real action from all of us, from everyone. Now, luckily, we do have all the solutions we need. They're available to us right now, cheaper and better, and we've got proven deployment models, and we've got, in other words, everything we need to rapidly cut greenhouse gas pollution in this decade. We don't need to wait. We can act now. And the good news is, if we do, the science tells us that once we reach true net zero, global temperatures will stop going up almost immediately with a lag of as little as 3 to 5 years. And even more exciting, if we stay at true net zero, half of all of the human-caused greenhouse gas pollution will have fallen out of the atmosphere in as little as 25 to 30 years, and the long, slow healing process can get underway. And that all gives me a tremendous amount of hope, and it fuels my drive to continue pushing for action. But we've got to act, and I hope you feel the same way. And I'll simply close, as I often do, by saying that if you ever doubt that we have the political will necessary to solve this crisis, please remember always, political will is itself a renewable resource. Let's get busy renewing it today. Thank you.
Wow, following that inspiring message from our founder and chairman, Mr. Gore. Now, it is my privilege to welcome someone who is at the forefront of climate action here in the UK, Versha Jones, the coordinator of the Climate Reality UK.
Hi, everyone. On behalf of Climate Reality Europe, Team UK, welcome to today's event, endearingly called Love Your Planet, this Valentine's Day. Our community of almost 600 climate reality leaders in the UK all have one thing in common: training by Mr. Gore himself that equips us to galvanise people in our communities to take action for climate change. We're from all different walks of life, but as a collective have the same underlying discontent at the inadequate commitment from our leaders to rapidly transition to net zero, as I think we all probably do in this room. But together, I think we can make a difference. Last year, Climate Reality announced 4 clear global campaigns in order to achieve this. And we're guided by these in all the work that we do. Reducing emissions. Ooh, somebody click onto the next slide, or my slide. Has anybody got a clicker? I don't think that there's anybody with a clicker, but I did have a slide. I don't think anybody can hear me. But that's fine, these things happen. Should we continue without the slides? Thank you, Mark. And again, and again, and again, and again. And then me, and then my slide, and then, and then the first slide, please. Thank you, Mark. Okay, here we go. So, reducing emissions. There's no secret to how we stop global warming. We stop burning fossil fuels. And calling out greenwashing. Fossil fuel interests are simply not trustworthy partners in our common future. We want the truth in advertising and an end to fossil fuel subsidies. And I'll give you a quick example of calling out greenwashing now. The Advertising Standards Agency recently upheld a complaint that an ad by Equinor, the company behind the controversial Rosebank oil field, was misleading. They overstated the proportion of their business that comprises renewable energy. Click, please, sorry. Thank you. Strengthening international cooperation on climate. Our global community must work together to honour their commitments to reach net zero. We need leadership with laser-focused. We need leadership that is laser-focused on getting there. And finally, financing a just transition. Yes, last year, the world's renewable capacity grew at record pace, which keeps us at the agreed target of tripling renewables by 2030. But our global leaders must work hard to honour these financial commitments. But what's really important is that they must simply fix their broken promises and empty words to deliver fair credit to developing countries as well as developing and delivering this thriving renewable energy sector. And today, you'll hear from a myriad of people driving these changes, including no less than 6 climate reality leaders who will hopefully inspire you and inform your new day-to-day business decisions. Because this direction, or this change of direction, is needed at every level, locally, nationally, and globally, to create a radically different world. Never has it been more important to harness our areas of influence and roll up our sleeves and accelerate this green transition. Now, at this point, I could tell you how Climate Reality, Team UK, were lucky enough to meet Al Gore at COP26 in Glasgow, or how at the COP27 event, the forum covered climate justice and energy transition and building green communities, and an intergenerational workshop between the U3A and the University of Warwick, who have all joined us here today, about how to talk about climate change. But I'd like to share a short and sweet example of the message that I keep banging on about, which is harnessing our areas of influence. And I might add, it's partly because I need help from any policymakers in the audience to take it to the next level. So, yeah, find me in the break if there's anyone out there that can help. 2 years ago, I made an unexpected trip to the Isles of Scilly. I couldn't quite believe the natural beauty that welcomed me. Turquoise sea, white sandy beaches, and palm trees. And by the time I'd left, I'd seen puffins, I'd walked along my local beach each day, and I'd been island hopping. And on return to my desk, as I glanced back to bid them farewell, I realised they were totally flat. And my climate reality training rang in my ears. Warnings of warming oceans causing harsher storms, and images of coastal flooding flashed through my mind. So when I got back to my desk, I was propelled by the fear of losing these islands, which had become very special to me in this short space of time, to write an email to the Isles of Scilly Council. And I was convinced that I'd be ignored, but to my amazement, a councillor and the head of environment agreed to meet me on Zoom. Now, I discovered that their resilience to the challenges that they face is being tested more and more each year. And I started an islands project. And somehow I'll get that seen and heard. I'm just not sure how. But this is just to illustrate that climate change simply isn't far away by time or distance. Our world needs to operate with radical honesty, and with actions of communities of determined people pulling together, this clarity that is desperately needed can and will filter through until it can't be ignored. And only then will this unthinkable trajectory change course. We must all learn to lead, or to create a good life that doesn't destroy, but a good life that builds and protects the future. So whether it's a cup of tea and a chat with a neighbour, connecting with a local councillor, or joining a march with your local climate organisation, everything is relevant. Listen to your communities and their relationship with nature and their environment, and step into that space that you might not normally do, and create action that you never thought possible. Just hold on to what you know, because that's when things happen, and I urge you to give it a go. Thank you.
And now it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Geraint Rees, Vice Provost for Research, Innovation and Global Engagement at UCL.
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here today to welcome you to this really important conference. I'm incredibly proud of my colleagues and the alumni at UCL who are going to participate, all of you for coming this bright and early to hear these introductory talks. So what am I going to say from my perspective? Now, my responsibilities are for the research and innovation portfolio at UCL. And so seen through that lens, I think it's really important that our speakers so far have all mentioned the vital importance of action. But I'm going to suggest to you that action that is uninformed by research is not going to be effective action. And we all want that action to be as effective as possible. Of course, there are all things we can do individually and collectively in our lives to address climate crisis. But I'm going to suggest to you that it's research that has both defined the challenge and it is research that will start to show the way out of the challenge. And it's a very particular challenge if we think about it, because the type of research that's required is across many, 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 many different areas. So it's not like a global challenge like, say, COVID, which the world's gone through, where there were many challenges there and many researchers showing the way out. But fundamentally, an awful lot of it was about epidemiology and then the spike protein and finding a vaccine. Whereas if we think about climate crisis, it's not only the modeling of weather systems and how they change, biodiversity and the effects of that, social change and the social sciences and how we make unprecedented societal changes at an individual and collective level across the planet at the same time, in a way that's never been attempted or even undertaken before in human history. And you can go on and on and on. And even if you don't believe that creating a device that will suck carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere is the way forward, I don't personally believe that myself, but some people do. It is also the case that engineering solutions and mitigations and all of those things, the research that we do is going to help us show the way out, and it's going to help us monitor the progress, and it's going to help us think about the actions not today, but tomorrow and the next day and the next day. Because, of course, the solution to the climate crisis is not going to come in an instant. It's going to come over many years. So when I think about it through that particular lens, I also think about the particular place of our university, and indeed any university in that. So UCL is not the only university, and universities aren't the only players in this complex ecosystem. But I think we have a particular responsibility here at UCL. That in part comes from our location in a global city, in one of the densest urban environments in the world. And as you know, urban environments are what the world is turning to at the moment in terms of where people live. And so those solutions are going to have to work not just in London, but in global cities across the world. It's a particular responsibility for us because of our size. We're the biggest on-site university in the UK, but we're also the most global. There are more publications with a co-author from UCL from another country in the top G7 economies than any other university in the UK. So we're networked, and we can do that. We have significant research capacity, £2.96 billion of research funding to spend. What if a proportion of that, a bigger proportion of that, gets diverted through action to work on the climate crisis? And we're innovating as well. 2.85 billion of inward investment in startups and spin-outs. Some companies, of course, are accountable for some of the aspects of climate crisis, but other companies are going to be at the root of innovative solutions, whether they're for-profit companies, social enterprises, or the myriad other ways we can translate innovation out into the world. And finally, UCL has a particular responsibility because we're not just a scientific and technical university. We are an arts and sciences university that spans almost all the disciplines. Not all the disciplines, we don't yet have a dance academy, and we don't do much work in aeronautics, for example. But we do have all of those disciplines. And going back to my point about research, it's not just about doing research in climatology and biodiversity and engineering solutions and social sciences and economics and so on. It's also about how to join those areas up. And we can help join those areas up at UCL because we're in close proximity to each other, we see each other every day, we're in the same location, and we're globally connected. So those are some of the reasons that I think UCL, whether you're a student, whether you're a member of staff, whether you're an alumnus, whether you're a partner, has a special responsibility to help catalyse climate action and address the climate crisis. And then in closing, you're going to hear a lot from my colleagues, from others, about some of those actions, and you're going to discuss and debate those. But just two of the ways we think about it, about what we can practically do: connect and engage. So we're connecting people through the grand challenges. We've been running grand challenges for 15 years, but we think climate crisis is so important that it was the first grand challenge that we have evolved. The grand challenges connect not just our research, but are now going to connect our research to our pedagogy, our education, and connect that to our operations. So we walk the walk, as it were, in terms of our own operations, as well as talk the talk, but also see our amazing staff and students and campus as a living testbed for what we could achieve in terms of action on climate crisis. Because we are 16,000 staff and 51,000 students. That's a lot of people who can all take action individually and collectively if we get it right. And then finally, we're engaging. This is a marker of engagement. Our presence here is a marker of how important it is to UCL's senior leadership, and you'll hear shortly from our president and provost. But it's also about engagement at COP, as you know, because this is talking about that. It's about the fact we've been to the last 3 COPs, and that's an important place for us to both show what we're doing to the world, but also talk and hear and listen to other people and their lived experiences and their innovations and their actions. Because it's only at the end of the day, through that kind of communication and the research that I'm highlighting, that we're going to get successful action that makes a difference to climate crisis and to the people we live with on the planet we live on. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your insights with us. Garant's leadership in driving impactful initiatives here at UCL is inspiring. Now I'm delighted to welcome Michael Spence, the President and Provost of UCL, for more opening remarks.
Thanks very much. Well, thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to welcome you here today to University College London. I'm impressed that we've got this far and nobody who's spoken so far has yet mentioned the fact that it's Valentine's Day, and presumably that's because it's a holiday about which people, myself included, have at best ambivalent feelings. Perhaps even more controversially, it's also Ash Wednesday in the Christian tradition. It's a time for self-reflection and repentance. And that seems to me to be particularly appropriate for today, because today is about self-reflection and thinking about how we need to change. The academic at Yale, Daniel Markovits, has done work on the intellectual history of the notion of growth. And it was about the time that UCL was founded, that time when human beings became the measure of all things, or as they would have put it then, man became the measure of all things, that the concept of unbridled consumption, of unbridled economic growth, was not only fetishized, but also became, for the first time, a part of the intellectual furniture of European thinking. And we know that that shift from that bewitching Jewish story of Eden, where creation is a gift and the relationship that's required of us is one of custodianship, to one of conquest and growth and consumption, has brought us to a position where we're all going to fry. And so it is appropriate that today we self-reflect and that we think across our activities, across the activities of our community, how we turn from a relationship with nature in which our primary efforts are extractive to a relationship where our primary activities are custodial in one way or another. That is radical rethinking. And for UCL, founded as a part of that great Enlightenment moment for which there was so much good and about which there was so much good, for UCL, we need to think about what it means for us to reconceive communities in ways that are custodial and not extractive. That's a radical intellectual task. I looked yesterday at some very depressing figures. The percentage of companies in this country that actually have a climate action plan. It's kind of depressingly small. But then the percentage of companies that have a climate action plan and have had one for 5 years and have achieved in 5 years what they set out to achieve in 5 years is depressingly even smaller. And once you do the multiplication, it's easy to think that we're saying the right thing and yet not doing enough self-reflection, not doing enough repenting about doing the right thing. And that puts a burden on me. UCL is an institution that has an annual turnover of about £2 billion. We are a major player in London. We're an important employer. That's great. We have an impact through our research on the world. We have an impact on our education, and the lives of so many thousands of people and the communities that they serve. But we're also a great consumer of natural resources. And so for us as an institution, Geraint has already talked about the ways in which we're encouraging others to think about what they need to do in the space of climate action. But we're also, as a part of our Grand Challenges process, turning that thinking in on ourselves and saying, what does it mean for UCL to be a custodial and not an extractive institution? What does it mean for us to build a future for our children and for the planet? And so it is a very great privilege to welcome you here today to UCL, to welcome you here today on this funny day, which is both Valentine's Day and Ash Wednesday, for a bit of self-reflection, a bit of challenge, and a bit of renewed commitment to doing things differently. Thank you very much.
Wow, insightful remarks indeed. I thank Michael for unwavering commitment to addressing the climate crisis. Without further ado, let's dive into our first session, Outcomes of COP28. And joining us to provide the introduction for this panel is Professor Mark Maslin, the Pro-Vice Provost for Climate Crisis at UCL.
It turns out I'm also the all-powerful being because I found the clicker. Okay, so I am now in complete control of everything. So I have a very wonderful job, which is just to try and introduce you to the COP meetings, which everybody talks about, but what are they? We've had 28 of them. You heard Al Gore say that we've had them. Now, the interesting thing is they're really complicated. So in the middle, you have the negotiations. This is where the 198 countries get together and they try to actually get treaties on many different things. Sometimes you only hear the top line. But that's just a very small part. We have underneath that the blue zone. This is the zone where lots of pavilions for the countries, the World Bank, there's an indigenous people's pavilion, there's young people's pavilion, and this is where lots of negotiation and pressure goes on to countries, but also to the actual negotiators. And that's a huge part of the deal. And then outside that, you have business. So business knows that everybody they want to do business with will be there, so they turn up as well. And as we saw in Glasgow, civil society. Huge protests on every single subject. Huge sort of like demonstrations on both the Friday with Fridays for Future and then on the Saturday when it felt like everybody in Glasgow went on the streets. So, Glasgow, okay, we actually achieved something at Glasgow. What did we achieve? Well, the first thing, it was 2021. It was delayed by a year because of COVID. And what was interesting is that allowed the Italian and UK governments to have an extra year of negotiation because international politics is hard and actually takes a lot of time. And it was about ratcheting up. We had the Paris Agreement that says we will limit the climate change to 2 degrees with an aspirational target of 1.5 degrees. And then Glasgow was the let's see what people are going to pledge and see how we can actually improve that. So what happened? So we had strong targets of 1.5 degrees. We had the term phasing down of coal and removal of inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Now that may not sound very much, but that is the first time in a climate agreement that fossil fuels were ever mentioned. 2021, okay? Sounds amazing. Article 6, the rule book on carbon accounting between countries and how you measure it, was finally agreed. But what did we fail? We failed still to give the 100 billion to the least developed countries to move away from fossil fuels. We agreed that in 2009, and guess what? Still we haven't given it. And I have to say, that's sort of loose change for the developed world. We did not create the loss and damage facility, and I had to say one of the scenes that will stick with me was Alex Sharma, who was the president of COP, actually having tears in his eyes because he didn't achieve this. And the actual pledges, great, but guess what? They're nowhere near the 1.5. We're still at 2.4 to 2.8 degrees warming, but it moved forward. Egypt, okay. Okay, so in Egypt, a year later, we were hoping it was going to ratchet up. This was the African COP. It was going to be about adaptation, and perhaps I should move on. So really, really, all we did for 2 weeks was keep the Glasgow Climate Pact alive. Because there was so much effort to try and water it down. But on the Sunday, the loss and damage facility was finally agreed to be set up, which I thought we'd done in Paris in 2015. But it turns out this was the real agreement that we were going to set it up. And guess what? We still hadn't got any further with these. So we moved to Dubai. And as you can see, this is a dear friend, Simon, who will be on the panel lately, and next. And we have this weird thing, which is we have a president of COP who's also the CEO of the National Oil and Gas Company. We're in the heart of the actual sort of like oil and gas region in the Middle East. But what came out of it? Strong statement on 1.5 degrees, despite the fact in the last 12 months we have actually gone over 1.5. But let's leave that to one side. And the statement, transition away from fossil fuels in energy systems in a just, orderly and equitable manner to achieve net zero by 2050 in keeping with the science. You can see that, as Al Gore said, there's a few loopholes in there, but again, it is announcing the end of fossil fuels, and the panel will discuss what does it actually mean. Global stock take, which was really important, showed that we're nowhere near keeping the climate to 1.5. Loss and damage was agreed. The World Bank will administer it, but I love this. They will charge 24%. So $1 in $4 that countries gift to this fund will be taken by the World Bank to make sure that it all works. And we still failed with the 100 billion. There's no new pledges, and we have not really agreed about the loss and damage facility, how will it operate, and who will be able to claim. So I will leave you with this, okay? So this was Joel Pett's wonderful cartoon in US Today just before the Copenhagen conference in 2009, which of course had huge amounts of hope and crashed awfully. And again, we could have energy independence, preserve the rainforest, sustainability, green jobs, livable cities, renewables, clean water, clean air, healthy children. And there's always someone on the back, but not at this meeting, saying, what if it's a big hoax and we've actually created a better world for nothing? And on that note, guess where we're going next? Azerbaijan. And by the way, unlike Dubai, who actually played the game, yeah, there were no women in the 28 organizing committee. And guess what? The ex-oil chief for the country is the chairman yet again. I'll leave you with that, and the panelists will examine this and give you a lot more insights.
Well, thank you, Mark, for setting up the stage for our wonderful panel discussion. And now let's welcome our esteemed panelists to the stage. Joining us for this panel is Priti Parikh, Professor of Infrastructure Engineering and International Development at UCL, Simon Chin Yi, Lecturer in International Development at UCL, and Mark Watts, Director of C40. A very warm welcome to you all, and thank you so much for being with us. I was myself very excited for this discussion that we are going to have. And Priti, if I may, I'm going to start with you and asking you, given your expertise in infrastructure engineering and international development, how do you see the impact of climate change on infrastructure, particularly in low and middle income countries?
So it's lovely to be here on Valentine's Day. So happy Valentine's Day. And I'm really pleased you've raised this question, Shuka, because the problem is that poor and vulnerable communities in low and middle income countries bear the double whammy of poor infrastructure and climate change. So we have populations who struggle with decent living conditions, poor housing stock, lack of access to infrastructure, and then they are fighting and battling with the adverse impact of climate change, whether it's flooding or other climate-related events. And you know what the biggest tragedy is? They are not the big emitters and contributors. So the poorest 50% of the population are responsible for 10% of emissions. So I would argue that it's a triple whammy, that we have poor housing, infrastructure. They unfortunately are located in areas which are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, and they are not responsible for it. So for me, that's the biggest tragedy. And thinking about COP28, there was some excitement over initial pledges around infrastructure or around adaptation or loss and damage. It started off with $400 million, and it ramped up a bit. But do you know how much we need to sort out the infrastructure to give people decent living conditions? We need about $3.3 trillion a year. So it's not millions, it's not billions, it's trillions of dollars needed every year so that people have access to basic services, so that people can think about economic well-being, not growth, economic well-being, equity, justice, prosperity. They can live a decent life, and they can kind of withstand the shocks and stresses. So I think that's the big challenge around infrastructure in low-middle-income countries and climate change.
Yeah, and so we talked about the least privileged communities and countries, and I note, Simon, that your research focuses on climate change, conflict, and vulnerable populations in Africa and, of course, small state nations. And so why do you think the COP process and the COP28 outcomes are so important to these vulnerable nations and communities?
Yeah, thanks, Shuka. If I may start with just the story of COP27, actually. I had 10 minutes spare time, and I happened to be at the Moana Pavilion. Now, the Moana Pavilion is where the PISAs, or the Pacific Island states, congregate to put on events like this, for example. And I just had 10 minutes because I was researching small island states at the time, specifically these pieces. And there was someone in the corner, and they had a virtual reality thing. And I was like, okay, I have 10 minutes. Like, oh, come, we're going to show us this thing. I'm like, okay. And I put it on, and it was 50 minutes long. I was like, oh my goodness. And I'm someone who works on small island states as well. And so I was like, okay. And it basically showed a community in the Pacific, in an island, and the devastation that hurricanes and natural disasters can bring to those areas, right? So I'm literally having it on, I'm listening to it. And when I took it off, they had sat someone from the Pacific Islands, a woman like as close as you are to me, Mark, right? And I took mine off, slightly bored, and she was in tears. And she was in tears because this is the reality for many of these small island states and African nations. She's in tears because they are at the front line of climate change. They need to be at these conferences because they need other countries to act. Small island states, they have nothing to mitigate. They're not emitting anything. The 51 island states, I think they emit 0.5%, if that. You know, that they are also historically underrepresented at these conferences. They need to have their voices heard, and if we're going to solve this problem, because some of those countries are in danger of disappearing. So it's really important that they're there. The other thing I will mention is that a few years ago, I was very fortunate to be on a panel with the late Professor Hugh Seeley. He was an advisor to the AOSIS, that's the Alliance of Small Island States, and he said very clearly, and I'm paraphrasing here, but when he was looking, he's like, you know when you're looking at another country in the eye, and you know that they don't care if you survive or not. You know that, but you still have to sit in those negotiations and work with them on something. Now, the last thing I'll say is positive, and I would say that AOSIS, for example, were really key on that loss and damage fund that Mark brought up. They were key in pushing that fund. If they weren't there, I'm not sure we would have gotten that fund there.
Exactly, Simon, and I couldn't agree more with you on this, and Pretty, because we very much are aware that the least privileged communities and countries are the most vulnerable. And I mean, a few years back did a research on the coastal area in the Philippines. And I'm talking about when I did the survey, some of these people are my friends. And to just go through the experiences that they basically have to witness and experience annually, on a yearly basis, month after month, that's just tragic. And the fact that the voices are not being heard the way it should, you know, it's very important. Now, Mark, coming to you as the Executive Director of C40, you oversee a network of the world's largest cities committed to climate action. How do city-level policies and regulations contribute to global efforts to combat the climate crisis?
Well, they have a big impact in the real world, in the real economy, because most of us live in cities. 3/4 of our energy is consumed in cities, and therefore the emissions come from it. But actually, I think in the context of discussion around COPs, the bigger thing is political leadership. Because what you've had we heard from Mark, 28 COPs of very little progress, unfortunately. In the group of cities that I work with, these 100 biggest cities in the world, essentially, they set a target in line with the aspiration of the Paris Agreement, 1.5 degrees, as a condition of membership of C40 back in 2016, so that to stay a member of the club, cities have to have a plan for how they're going to cut their emissions in line with their fair share of that 1.5 degree target, and then meet it year on year. And we can see now, tracking that evidence, it's not perfect, but broadly on track across the network to halve emissions across those big cities by 2030. The vast majority of them are cutting their emissions much faster than their respective nation states. They should be. It's a bit easier to do it in the capital cities, the big cities, than it is for the whole country, but nevertheless, they're achieving it. But I think even more than that, they've really shown that it's possible to have global political collaboration on a global problem like climate change. And these mayors, when they come together, they're across the entire political spectrum, totally different levels of development, cultures, geography. but they agree to work together on one thing, which is solving the climate crisis. And that allows them not to confront each other, not to be negotiating, saying we'll only cut our emissions if you cut yours by a bit more, but instead to look and learn from each other and copy good ideas.
Yeah, that's giving us a little bit of hope there, especially for the big cities, which are responsible for most of the emissions we're talking about here. Priti, I'm going to ask you about the role of sustainable infrastructure. I mean, your work has been instrumental. You've done a lot of research and solutions around water, sanitation, energy, clean cooking. Can you tell us more about the sustainable infrastructure in mitigating the effects of climate change and, of course, achieving the net zero?
Thank you, Shuka. I'm going to start with the big picture, and Mark, he kind of alluded to the fact that most of the growth is going to happen in cities. There will be cities in parts of the world where population will double in the next decade. So it's not just about meeting the existing gaps in infrastructure, it's about thinking of the future. And if we think about what the future holds in the next 20, 30 years, we've got 2 billion people on this planet who currently lack access to safe drinking water. 3.6 billion people who lack access to safe sanitation, nearly 800 million people who lack access to electricity, 3 billion people who lack access to clean cooking fuels. And this is a significant amount of the population who lack access to very basic infrastructure. So let's say my dream, which is that everyone in 20, 30 years' time will have infrastructure comes through. Most of that infrastructure will be built in low middle income countries. So if we are building new infrastructure, planning new cities, we have a real opportunity here to look at nature-sensitive, climate-resilient infrastructure solutions. We can get it right from the outset. But for that, we need to change our way of thinking, which is what I would call whole life thinking. So rather than thinking about what is the infrastructure we're going to build, what are the initial costs of infrastructure, what is going to be the implications of running that infrastructure in terms of carbon, in terms of costs. And the two are very different things. And we've seen this play out in UK with some of our big infrastructure projects where the emphasis has been on short-term planning, the cost of building the infrastructure. But we need to move away to think about whole life thinking, systems thinking. What is the value addition of that infrastructure? To give a practical example, bridges. People see bridges as infrastructure, but bridges connect human beings to hospitals, to schools, to universities, to places of employment. So for me, thinking about infrastructure beyond what it entails is quite important. And to give another example, and you can see I like my numbers here a lot, I led a study to show that if you invest in proper sanitation, it benefits all 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 130 out of 169 SDG targets. So what that means is if you build infrastructure properly, thinking about the whole life, build nature-sensitive infrastructure, look at green solutions, you can use it as an entry point to tackle both sustainability and climate change.
I love the green solutions. I'm going to pick up on that because it's not all doom and gloom. And today we're here to focus on the green solutions. So we know that there's been a lot of positives and positive dialogues at COP28 as well. I was very excited when you were briefly telling me about it, particularly on green hydrogen. And could you tell us more about it and its link to the vulnerable nations and also the very important issue of climate justice?
So, yes, I will go into the positive. The negative is that thank God we did have some dialogue on green hydrogen or clean solutions there because there was far too much talk on fossil fuels at this particular COP. Far too much.
I wasn't going to mention it yet, but yes.
It was going to rear its head if you have Sultan Al-Jaber as the president of COP. And we're going to have it next year as well. But maybe not in the formal negotiations themselves, but in parallel, in multiple sessions, you had this talk around different clean solutions. One of them was looking at green hydrogen. And I thought that was really interesting. So I attended the bilaterals and I went to high-level ministerials around this. So there was talk on how green hydrogen could be one of the clean green solutions, because what we know is that our populations are growing, right? The African continent, it's predicted that there are going to be 4 times more people by the end of the century. And they already lack energy. We're going to need more energy, so it's going to need to come from somewhere. And what I thought was, okay, let's start with the positive. What were the very positives that came out of these COPs and some of these dialogues were these bilaterals. So you had the players at the table. So I work for everyone here in the shipping industry, right? So you had, but it wasn't just the shipping industry. You had industry at the table. You had the energy producers at the table. You had cities at the table. You had countries at the table. You had the ports at the table. So you had all of these players at the table. And I don't know about you two, but by the end of 2 weeks at COP, I was sick of being talked at by all these panels, and I apologize, I'm doing that to you now. I just realized what I was saying as I was saying it aloud. But so this particular workshop, we broke out in sessions, and it was great. We had the head of IKEA's sustainability was there, for example. All of these different players to discuss actual solutions and the use of green hydrogen in this particular sector. The negative side of that is, like, for example, in the high-level ministerial, which this has to remain between us, you had a lot of business as usual talk, which means you had the industry blaming the energy sector, and you had the energy sector blaming the industry, and it was going around in circles, and it was like, okay, so are we, like much of COP, unfortunately, much of the negotiations, there we are again. In terms of certain countries that we work with here at UCL, or I work with specifically, what we've had over the past few COPs, around the workshops that we've put on at the COP, is this idea with the African nations, of the idea that there's so much resources there that we can harness. There's 9 of the 10 sunniest countries in the world are on the African continent. You have Namibia, huge tracts of green ammonia there. Kenya, you have it all, actually. You have wind, you have geothermal, you have hydro, you have all of that, solar. Comoros as well, small island state. Wind propulsion systems, amazing. So if we can harness these resources, we can solve some of the energy poor areas in the countries. We can work on different particular sectors, perhaps cities, for example, to provide them energy, and we can be actually part of that larger, wider global solution.
Absolutely. And Mark, let's talk about ambitions. I mean, I'm all for ambitions, increasing ambitions, and finding the right effective strategies in order to achieve those big, amazing objectives that we have. And so I know that C40 cities aim to halve global carbon emissions by 2030 while reducing inequality and creating green jobs. So tell us about how it's possible to increase the ambitions, all those ambitions, and also what are the effective strategies that can be implemented?
Well, I think in your question there, it's important to start from the science. I think that's the first thing here. We can't change the laws of physics. So the targets that the cities in C40 work back from are not what we think is possible now, what we can maybe persuade people to achieve. It's what does the science say we need to do, with then a political overlay. So we start from we need to halve global emissions by 2030, but our actual mission is to halve the use of fossil fuels by 2030, because that's the real challenge, is the shift away from fossil fuels fast enough to allow that emission reduction. And then you get into the challenge then of how to do that in a way that improves justice and equity, creates jobs, not destroys them. So, the sort of things our cities are working on now. New York, for example, has brought in this local law 97, which requires that all those kind of famous skyscrapers across New York have to very quickly retrofit their buildings to make them more energy efficient and effectively be powered by renewable energy. That's led to a huge multi-billion-dollar investment in new wind power supply into New York, 20,000 new jobs in retrofitting those buildings. So it's a stimulus to the economy. Harder in the same country, a harder example in Los Angeles, where there the mayor took the right decision to close down 2 gas power stations 10 years earlier than their life would have allowed, because they couldn't meet their carbon targets while those power stations were still in operation. Shift to investment in solar power, but a very difficult conversation then with the trade unions and the people who worked in those industries, but has led to a Just Transition Commission where now the workers in those industries are seeing actually they've got as good, if not better, prospects shifting into what's a faster growing economy. And that's, the good thing overall, Al Gore said it, is, we see actually an even bigger differential in globally 3 times as many jobs in renewable energy as fossil fuels. In an urban context, it's 6 times as much often. When you're looking at the comparison between improving the efficiency of existing infrastructure and powering it by renewable energy versus building a new gas power station or a new coal power station. But those words, those facts only matter if you can convince the individuals, the communities who are currently employed that they are going to have a new job. So that's where a lot of our work now goes, in working at a big policy level, but then down to engaging trade unions, engaging individual communities, so that they feel a part of that transition.
And I think the key point here is to try to do that just transition as smoothly as possible, because I think us as human beings are quite uncomfortable to changes. And I think we need the moral support. We need to be emotionally supported. That's going to be okay. And challenges are just, so many challenges. And that brings me to you, Priti, again, with the challenges and, of course, opportunities. What are the key challenges and opportunities in pushing back against climate change through energy solutions? But also, I think another important point is, how can academia collaborate with policymakers? Because, later on today we're going to have our politicians on the panel. You all mentioned that we do need those policies and regulations in place if we are to achieve our objectives, and if we are to do that green transition that is needed in time. Priti?
So I've been to 3 COPs, and what struck me that this was the first COP where it was officially acknowledged that fossil fuels was the root cause of climate change. And I thought that was pretty obvious, but it wasn't.
It's insane.
So sometimes as academics, as scientists, we assume that something is obvious, but it's not. So it's important for scientists to be out there having those conversations, actively engaging with industry and policy making. And if we think about one of the outcomes from COP28, which was transitioning away, so it's not phasing out, phasing down, transitioning away from fossil fuels, I want to unpack that a little bit. The reason we've ended up with that outcome is that there are big nations who are reliant on fossil fuels. It requires them to change their supply chain. It would require a shift in kind of green skills, labor markets. And that, once again, has an impact on vulnerable and marginalized communities. So it's not as easy as it sounds, but we need the shift. And I'm working on quite an exciting project in Sub-Saharan Africa in collaboration with industry, who are installing solar home panels. So a panel, battery box, and basic energy appliances in villages in Africa. And as the academic partner, I'm looking into the data, developing machine learning models to understand how people who've never used electricity in their lives ever are now using electricity. What will we do with it in the future? And similarly, I'm looking at data around how people are taking up clean cooking solutions. When I say clean cooking, it's LPG, so it's still not perfect, but it's better than biomass. And what we're finding is that it's not just about the data and good science, which is important, but it's also about understanding why people do things, why people adopt technologies, and what are the barriers. One of the biggest barriers was that fossil fuel, traditional infrastructure, is heavily subsidized by governments. But when we look at some of these new innovative green solutions, they don't receive the same subsidy, which means they're more expensive for customers. And these are customers who already are resource challenged, are remote, so how can we expect them to pay more? So I think it's important for academics to lead, provide the good science to practitioners and policymakers to make sure we have a level playing field, a fair playing field for green technologies.
Yeah. Simon, we talked about international negotiations, but for a second, it's important to also look at the sectoral approach. What role do you see for sectoral approach, for example, shipping? I know you're very much involved with that, in decarbonisation, and also how can international organisations like IMO facilitate these efforts towards decarbonisation?
So globally, politically, on the news headlines, you know, they focus in on these COPs, right? They actually focus in, there's 3 weeks a year that we're going to solve the climate crisis. But actually, sectors all over the world, cities, different infrastructure projects are happening all over the place, and that also includes different UN branches, for example. The International Maritime Organization is here in London. Unfortunately, I get to go to those negotiations as well, and it's in the city I live in, which is fantastic. Last year, they had a breakthrough in July. On July 7th last year, they adopted the greenhouse gas strategy. This was 2 weeks of negotiations between countries, much like the COPs, right? And it could be criticized that it didn't quite reach the 1.5 degree target as set out in Paris, but actually it was a breakthrough in having industry agree on targets for 2030, 2040, and 2050. It's because of that, or one of the reasons for that, when we went to COP28, there were over 80 side events focusing on this particular industry. So even though it's not necessarily talked about in the wider dialogue of the UNFCCC, and that's one of our jobs here, is what we want to do, is bring shipping, which is run far too under the radar for far too long in terms of emissions, right? Shipping accounts for 3% of global emissions. That doesn't sound like a whole lot when you say 3%, but if it was a country, it would be in the top 10. It would be a bigger emitter than Germany, for example. But also, the world, the globe, all of us, we are heavily reliant on this industry. So we need that industry being brought into that wider dialogue to reduce emissions. Here at UCL, for example, we are working with our member states in the Caribbean, on the African continent, the Pacific, in order to push these forward, to use these energies that Mark Maslin mentioned, and Geraint Rees mentioned, that they already exist, right? We have these energy systems. They just need to be used. And I think sectorally, for me, it's fascinating because for over a decade, work on these global climate negotiations. Climate change is a wicked problem. Climate change, when we think of this huge, we need to save the planet sort of problem, it's really hard to get our heads around. But if you focus on infrastructure, if you focus in on cities, if you focus in on shipping, and we can work with our engineers, with our country parties, with all these people to look at technical solutions, they're there. And so it's actually quite gratifying for me sometimes in the world of climate change to actually go into a ship, for example, and see how that, not that I understand anything about political sciences, but how that would particularly work and how that can be part of the solution.
Now let's look at it from a different perspective, so from cities and those sectors up to the international negotiations. Mark, you already touched on that cities learn from each other and they copy each other. If you could elaborate on that. But also, do you think that C40 is influential at the COP negotiations?
Yes, I'll come back to that. The first bit first. I mean, so they're kind of learning from each other. That's what C40 is all about. You know, our theory of change is that all 100 cities can go faster if they copy from each other rather than have to invent for themselves. And you see it in 1,000 areas today. We've launched today a guide about climate budgeting. This is something that started in Oslo. The principle is that you agree to marry the annual financial budget setting process to the annual carbon budget target. So effectively, you can't pass the council budget unless you can show it will deliver the emission reduction that has been agreed upon for that year. So it creates a whole of government approach to tackling the climate crisis, what we need to see in every government in the world doing. Started in Oslo, in Scandinavia, just recently Mumbai, Bangalore in India have announced that they're following the same approach, Rio in Brazil, spreading right across the world, New York, London, Paris. Or you see the more kind of direct. Tokyo has just been advising Kuala Lumpur on how to set up a carbon trading scheme for its commercial buildings that's been so successful in Tokyo, cut their emissions from private buildings about 30% in the commercial buildings in the space of 5 or 6 years. Or I guess, the really big ones are when when you see a whole global market shift because a group of cities has just transformed what is seen to be possible. I remember lots of conversations with mayors in Europe and North America a few years ago being exasperated when they were telling me they couldn't electrify their bus fleets until 2035, 2040. And then I was able to say to them, but hold on a minute, Shenzhen in China, 100% of their 12,000 buses are already fully electric. In 2020, how come you can't get there till 2035? And it went, that flicks a light bulb on. The advice they've been given is wrong. They start to see what's actually possible out there. And now we see, a really rapid shift through Latin America, Europe, North America, right through the world. And now African cities starting to be able to buy those electric buses as well. So we can see that really works. It's not enough. And then to come back to the second part of your question, because I think with the best will in the world, even with these big, powerful city governments, they can affect about half the emissions in their city. And that's using all of the political power as well as the formal power. And so ultimately you do need national governments to go a lot faster and really follow the science. Does C40 make a difference? Well, I think one thing Mark didn't mention is in his excellent summary of what happened at COP28 this year was that 71 of the governments there agreed to a new initiative called CHAMP. I instantly forgot what the acronym stands for, but what it's about is those 71 countries, and critically includes Brazil, who will host COP30, and the United States, to re-look at their nationally determined commitments in the light of what's been delivered by the cities in their country. And we know the cities are going faster and further already. And to help them then ratchet up their commitment as we move into 2025 at COP in Brazil, but also then to re-look at the legislation, the regulation, the investment that can be made at a national government level that can help those city governments go even faster. So I think if that's what we're really focused on at C40 now, I think if that can really happen, then we start to see that city leaders are not just sort of politically ahead and driving climate action, but actually start to really shift the national action as well in some countries.
Now I have a question for all of you, and I was kind of debating on whether or not to ask this question. So I'm really glad, Simon, that you mentioned when we were talking about these international negotiations. I couldn't make it to COP28, but I was, of course, following and covering the news, and that was just full of rage and anger at some point, and this is pre-COP. The number of lobbyists representing fossil fuel interests at COP28 has reached an all-time high. And we know that the leaked information discovered by BBC told us about the oil and gas side deals at COP28. But even looking back at COP27, the representatives from oil companies outnumbered the combined number of delegates from the top 10 most vulnerable countries to climate change. I mean, that's just appalling. And you mentioned again, Simon, Mukhtar Babayev, a veteran of the oil and gas, now the Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Azerbaijan, has been appointed the president in waiting for the COP29 climate negotiations. So, my question, I mean, I'm having a hard time with this, and the domination of oil giants. But how do you perceive implications of such industry influence on global climate negotiations? I mean, we know how important they are, particularly in the light of the Paris Agreement objectives. Priti, shall we?
I share your frustration, absolutely. I mean, I've been to 3 COPs, and I'm wondering why can we not do something about our COPs? But I understand that's complicated, but it's extremely frustrating that we're going to end up in another oil nation again. And for me, it's coming back to the point I made earlier, that if we want kind of to scale up some of the green solutions, we need to create this level playing field. And having the lobbies on kind of infiltrate COP means we do not have this level playing field to scale up those solutions. And for me, that's problematic for a few reasons. Because we got communities around the world who are getting new infrastructure which will be clean, but it's going to be more expensive, which means they get knocked off the infrastructure and they do not have access to basic services. But equally, we're seeing fuel poverty shape and play out in UK, and it's narrowing down our options here in this country because of the lobbying, because of the lack of subsidy and support. So for me, that's a big source of frustration.
Thank you, Simon.
I mean, they were already there. They've been there since the beginning, right? If you look at US politics, or, you know, there was a whole debate when Trump or Hillary Clinton was going to win the presidential, and they're like, oh my God, Trump's going to be terrible for the environment. True. But was Hillary Clinton going to be that much better for the environment as well, right? She had big oil in her back pocket as well. So I guess to be pessimistic about it, at COP26 in Glasgow as well as all these COPs, a lot of the oil industry were under country party badges as well. But we know that they're there. We know that it's completely frustrating that they're able to lobby and be part of the discussion in a COP. I 100% completely agree they shouldn't be there in that capacity. I guess another way to take it is that we do need to have industry at the table. And so something that you said, Mark, struck me as well when I was thinking about the shipping industry and how frustrating it can be when industry, for example, says they're not ready, they're not going to be moving to away from fossil fuels till 2040. That's when they're going to be ready. That's false. This is blatantly false. But if you have them at the table saying that, this was the first COP I had someone from the industry actually turned their back on me, and I thought it was a very proud moment because I knew that they were there. They understood who I was. As soon as they found out I was UCL, they were like, no. And so all that to say, perhaps I'm frustrated they're there, but maybe like what is the sheep's and wolf's clothing, wolf in sheep's clothing, perhaps is the good analogy where we need to call them out on it because we need them to act as well.
I mean, I think that's the thing, you know, we're completely right to be angry and frustrated. The fossil fuel industry has held back the whole of humanity for multiple decades now on the climate crisis. That's why we're celebrating having the first mentions of fossil fuels and putting them out in a COP. It's extraordinary. But if you think back to this time last year, the fossil fuel industry was really emboldened. This is a sector that thrives on human suffering, and with conflict around the world driving up oil and gas prices, the oil and gas industry was feeling confident again, and had managed to get a narrative that in this moment of crisis we can't afford to move away from the existing industries and into this risky renewable energy and tackling climate change. And they were really what they were really hoping to achieve out of COP28 was not a small step forward, which is what we did achieve, but a big step backwards, because they were trying to change the whole narrative that we shouldn't focus on stopping the use of fossil fuels, just reducing emissions, because we can capture the carbon with these technologies that don't really exist yet. So I think we've got to, despite that massive presence, they didn't win at this COP. In fact, they were pushed back a little bit, and we got language about transitioning away from fossil fuels, which in the world of COP is a step forward, is a success. I think the longer term solution, and all praise to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, here has just been the most magnificent leader as he is on so many issues on climate change in the last year, because he just called out constantly, it's about fossil fuels, it's about stopping using fossil fuels. That's what COP's got to be at. Kept that message going. He's also, what he's been trying to do, as many of those Christiana Figueres and previous COP executive secretaries have tried to do, is change the balance of who is at COP and who's part of that, putting that pressure. And that's why one of those constituencies is cities, where for the first time a local leaders summit at the start of COP alongside the presidents and prime ministers. So you're getting a positive, progressive pressure on climate, pushing at the time that all the leaders are there. And we need to replicate that for civil society and the progressive parts of business, and push out the parts of business that are trying to hold us back, which is the fossil fuel industry.
Indeed, thank you. If I may, I would like to now open the floor to questions from our audience, both in person and online. Of course, the lady over there, we have the mic coming to you. And more questions from our online attendees here. Ooh.
Esti, you mentioned a triple whammy in the beginning of the talk. Is it not a quadruple whammy that we're looking at? Because yes, these the low to middle income countries are responsible for a very small portion of the emissions, but also the wealth, the prosperity, the wealth of choice that we're enjoying in the developed countries is actually at the backs of those people, at the exploitation and extraction of their resources and the exploitation of their communities. So actually we're looking at a quadruple whammy, I think, which is also very important, also in terms of loss and damage. And just to give an example, I was in Amsterdam last week, and obviously Amsterdam's aiming to be fully circular by 2050, sustainability initiatives galore in the Netherlands. It's, you know, very forward-thinking. But somebody also mentioned today as a time of self-reflection, so I'm going to go on that, expand on that a little bit. For example, Indonesia was a colony, former colony of the Netherlands, and yes, that's all in the past, etc. But is it really? Because right now, as of today, the Netherlands, while aiming to be fully circular in the city of Amsterdam, etc., they are actually exporting hundreds of millions of kilos of plastic waste to Indonesia and to other vulnerable countries. So the inequality in other forms still exists, and we all know what's happening in Congo and its relation to our electric cars, our renewable energy, etc., etc. So I'm very interested in all your takes on this, but I don't want to take up too much time. So I don't know if one of you wants to pick it up. But how do we marry the two, like inequality as a central part of climate justice and also biodiversity loss and equity? Sorry for the long question.
I can get us started, I guess. Absolutely, I agree with you. It's quadruple because we don't have a level playing field or a good starting point. We have communities who are struggling on a daily basis to make ends meet. They do not have access to healthcare. They do not have access to education. So they are bypassed from kind of urban kind of planning and developmental processes, right? And what happens is with the shocks and stresses of climate change, it further reduces their ability to engage in day-to-day lives and be kind of engaged in productive citizens. I'm going to introduce the fifth whammy now, which is gender, because within those communities, there's women and children who also bear a further burden, because they are the ones who often are collecting water, disposing water. They are the ones who have carrying responsibilities. So in extreme heat conditions, if a family member falls ill, who takes care of them? So I'm going to say that's the fifth whammy as well. You're absolutely right. We have to address kind of some of the fundamental problems in society. And COVID brought that to the forefront as well. What COVID highlighted is that populations who were most deprived really suffered the adverse impact of COVID. So I think addressing that inequity is a big deal. The reason why I personally advocate for infrastructure is because infrastructure can address not only climate change, but it can start addressing some of those inequities by providing improved access to education, improved health outcomes. So that's why I personally focus a lot on campaign for infrastructure.
Yeah, and I mean, we always say at the Climate Reality that climate change is a social justice issue. And that is why I think climate justice and environmental justice is at the core of what we do, and all these movements, we are very much aware of that inequality. Would you like to pick up on that, and then we carry on with the question?
That's a great question, and I
if
see
you
some
could
of my
do it
students.
very quickly.
Yeah, very, very quickly.
Thank you.
It's just this idea that colonization is over is false. As you know, I used to live in Kenya, and when you're in Kenya, it's very much a present topic of discussion. Something that we have to be aware of is the massive amounts of extraction that are still happening in a lot of the global South countries. that are still happening. We have to be aware of this, something that raised its head, and I will be quick. In a panel on just transition that I organized at COP28, was that one of our partners was James Minyupe. He's the green hydrogen advisor for Namibia. And so I had a walk with him, and he was basically saying to me, because he was wondering about my project. I'm like, okay, we have this project that's been funded by Germany, and it's looking at green ammonia and green hydrogen in Namibia. And he's like, why are you interested in us? And that's because, and I didn't realize until after the panel, because he is so used to other countries like Germany coming in and extracting that, where our project is trying to use those technologies, use those energies in country. Like, at the end of the day, nobody can do what they want with the energy they produce, but the idea is that it stays in country.
Thank you. I have a question here for you, Mark, from our online attendees. Do state or national politics have a major role in what cities are actually able to do? How much are they driven or limited by state or national?
I mean, yeah, of course, and I mean it kind of varies massively. You know, we have 13, 14 member cities in China. The national strategy on climate is completely indivisible from the city strategy. In many ways, that's incredibly effective because that means you've got a lot of certainty about the direction that the economy is going in. The cities have some freedom to experiment, so you see the kind of innovation happening in things like electric vehicles, district level renewable energy, but essentially it's driven by a national strategy. I think where it's problematic is where you can see policies that are really working at a city level that are then not able to spread effectively. So some of the examples I've mentioned today, New York stands out for its really strong regulation over existing buildings because it's got a stronger power than most of the other big cities in the United States for reasons of kind of history of how the governance of New York was set up. If that could be replicated all across the US, you'd have a much faster shift to renewable energy, much faster shift to lower bills for people in big cities and a reduction in air pollution. And so, you know, I think often what we're trying to do is now, particularly through this CHAMP initiative that's come out of the last COP, is show the national government the opportunity. If they're willing to cede a little bit of power or put in place legislation that allows every city to do what one city can do, it's going to help them achieve national targets. But also, there's a bit of political expediency here. It allows the city level leaders who are a bit braver, often more willing to move fast, to take the political risk. You know, ULEZ, which is now being looked at by 20 other big cities across the world to copy, wouldn't have happened if it was led by the national government in the UK, because the pressure would have been too much. But a strong and brave mayor, convinced that Londoners are going to back him in the end, is able to do it.
Thank you, Mark. There are so many wonderful questions here, and I'm sure here in the audience they have, but I think we have time for only one more question. The gentleman there. Thank you. If you could please just make it as short as possible.
Yeah, short as possible is my background is with indigenous communities. I'm very connected with them, different countries around the world. And the solutions we're being told to go green, the outcomes, net zero, of course they're going to be sending us net zero because it's only looking at the point of extraction to the point of consumption. The biggest area, the anomaly, is where those indigenous people are, but they're not there anymore because they've been ripped out, the forests have been stripped out, the land has been mined, the women have been raped, the children have been put into sex scandals, sex rings, so they can mine the resources. I see my friends in Congo, I see my friends in Ghana, they're telling me, you've seen the stuff in Palestine, you think that's bad in the last 6 months. This has been going on for 10 years. Millions of people have been killed so we can get the cobalt. So no matter how much people dress it up, the renewables are green. They're tainted in a red color of the blood of Africans and Indians and West Papuans. I don't know how people are going to dress this up to me, that this is green and sustainable, to make a carbon capturing device by removing 1,000-year-old forest going back times before Christ. And you're going to tell me that the water loss, the women abuse, all that stuff is going to be sustainable. And at the end of it, people say, oh, Saga, this is a trade-off. A trade-off? For what? So the women are raped, that's a trade-off? Again, the game is still the same. 200 or 300 years later, after fossil fuels were given as a solution to us Indians and Africans, come back, finish off the job. And who is it for? It's not for me, the brown person. It's not for the white people. It's not for the individual countries. It's for the World Economic Forum. Yeah, there I said it. Why are we not talking about it? Why are we not looking at the fact that across Europe, Canada, Germany, Spain and France and India now, you've got the small farmers blockading and standing up and saying, we're not going to take this anymore. So if we're really going to talk about sustainability, those small farmers in India who are trying to protect their land and food for us in the UK, who did they lose their land to? They lost their land to land being mined for renewables so we could be green. So you can't have your cake and eat it. And this is the problem with the West. Have our cake and eat it and completely ignore the resources that we ripped out from the global south. And now the global south is saying, like Nigerians, Western Africa, please, France, get out of our country. You've taken enough money, you've taken enough land, and we want our sovereignty back. And we want to be at the table. If you are not going to let us in at the G7, we'll do our G20. We'll have our BRICS nations. We are fed up of it. So the question is, when are we really going to start talking about outcomes which is not beneficial for the WF and the UN, but it's beneficial for the billions of people who do not want to be under this autocratic power? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I mean, I grew up and lived in India for 20 years. And as a teenager, I used to go around and walk around in slums. And at that point, it struck me that people live very different lives. I was living in a comfortable home, but there were people in my city who were not living in a comfortable home. That was the point. As a teenager, it struck me that the world is not an equal place. Absolutely. And interesting enough, when I started embarking on research on clean cooking, the biggest ethical dilemma was, should I be doing research on LPG? But then I looked into the fact that if we were not researching LPG, what would happen? Women would have to go, spend hours walking into forest, get raped, because there's no...
Emphasis.
Emphasis. That was not the effect I was hoping for. But the thing is, there was an ethical dilemma because the part of me didn't want to research LPG, but I said, well, if no one looks at LPG as a transition solution, we'll have women walking into forests, getting raped, spending hours collecting fuel, indoor air pollution for themselves and their children. So I think all of us have to be very nuanced and aware of what's happening. So thank you for raising the points you have today.
Thank you. And once again, Pretty Parrot, Simon Chi Win, and I hope I pronounced it properly, Chin Yi, and Mark Watts. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for all your questions.
morning. Good morning. I'm Eric Dahlhausen. I'm a physicist, a petroleum engineer, CCS specialist, a climate activist, and a few other things based in Aberdeen. I want to highlight some... I'll try that again. I want to highlight some important aspects of the big picture that we find ourselves in relating to the role of business. I have 10 minutes and I have 5 topics to cover, so there's a lot to take in. So please stay with me. I will illustrate the climate urgency. I will show 2 perspectives of the actual problem. Let me just see if I can move it. Is that any better? Yeah, good. The climate urgency. I showed 2 perspectives on the actual problem. I'll show how we get things done and sometimes don't. And then discuss the interaction of people, government, and business. Climate change is all about greenhouse gas emissions. You all know that. And there's a few other crises too that need our attention. This graph shows the trend of global greenhouse gas emissions. It'll be familiar to many of you. The first date of interest here is 1987, when climate change became accepted as a big global issue. In 1987, we had a carbon budget. That's the total amount of emissions we can dump into the atmosphere before things get truly out of hand. To honor this carbon budget, the world would need to gently reduce emissions back to zero over a period of 100 to 150 years. Our next stop is in 2015, when the Paris Agreement was written. This was a few years after I got professionally involved with carbon capture and storage, and because of this, became really concerned about climate change and about the government's inaction. By 2015, we'd burned up so much of our carbon budget that instead of it lasting 150 years, we had barely 35 years left. This is where the 2050 net zero endpoint came in. Now we're in 2024, and not only have we, since the Paris Agreement, burned that extra little kind of brownish, grayish triangle at the top, but we've also committed ourselves to that big magenta triangle just because we haven't reduced our emissions yet. And that has taken our emissions endpoint much further in. We still pretend that 2050 is fine, but our remaining carbon budget won't last that long. Of course, world wars have been fought and won and lost in less time than we have left now. So with the right live or die attitude, we still do this. But we really need that attitude. It's really urgent. The problem grows because of business as usual. And then in 2019, Extinction Rebellion protests forced the UK government to take this threat seriously. And that had an important result. The UK government declared an environment and climate emergency. So what we got was business as usual with a danger sign stuck on it. And we also got a kind of notional national target, which was net zero by 2050. Now, let's look at this from a few different perspectives. This is how the government makes sense of society, and how the government has looked at this problem for a long time. This is confusing and not very helpful. And thankfully, over the last few years, another perspective is becoming a little bit more prevalent. But the government is still organized in this way, and that really doesn't help. But let's look differently. What was the source of the problem again? That really looks far simpler. The red bit is fossil fuels, and the rest is everything else. It's too simple to work with practically, But it's really important to remember that fossil fuels are at the root of the problem. In the last few years, a more useful perspective has come out, which is this. It's emissions by sector, but these sectors are large sectors with a very strong common thread. Simply said, there are three big chunks which make up more than 3/4 of the whole problem in the UK. Transport, buildings, both domestic and business, and energy supply. Note that industry, which gets a lot of government attention, in the UK is only that tiny sliver on the top right. Now a little story on how we get things done. This is not just for business and industry. This is also in emergency and war situations. This is what works, and it's pretty much the only thing that does. It's the hierarchy of vision, strategy, and policy. I put vision at the bottom because it's the all-important foundation. With a shared, clear vision, you can design effective strategies. With effective strategies, you can develop valid policies. And only valid policies can change the outcomes for the better. Vision is not some business prop. Business is the shared goal that we head for. And to hark back to it's the difference between the C40 negotiations that were mentioned earlier, where everybody has the same goal, and the COP, where everybody's trying to defend themselves. The thing is, when you cannot force the people you work with to do as they're told, they all need to share the same intent. The government works differently. That's why we call them policymakers, not vision developers or strategists. Governments make policy, partly based on what resulting actions they like or what their advisors want, and partly based on very little, as far as I can tell. Governments do have a kind of vision. At the moment, it's net zero by 2050. But because everyone has a different idea of what that means, it's really more of a decoration. The government also writes strategy papers, and I can't call them strategies because the ones I've read aren't. In particular, the energy strategy is an ill-informed and misguided document, written to deliver fossil fuels and not energy at all. It's appalling and utterly useless. And recently, I've read the heat in building strategy, and that is of a similar quality. What we need first to get us out of this urgent and dangerous situation is a relatable vision. Net zero by 2050 doesn't hack it. To make it relatable, it has to relate to a sector. Remember energy, transport, buildings? Let's have a look at some already existing visions which just have never made it to the government's emergency vision department. Maybe there isn't one. For an energy vision, try to imagine all energy renewable with distributed generation and storage. Sufficient storage for supply stability. Controlled, affordable prices, less pollution, better health. Can you picture that? Can you picture that better than net zero by 2050? Let's try transport. The transport vision could be green public transport for all. For long distance, electrified rail. For short distance, electrified anything. Cycle, walk as a preferred choice. Can you picture that? Can you picture that better than net zero by 2050? For buildings, the vision could be for existing buildings, comfortable, healthy, affordable, and in use. For new build, low carbon materials, self-energy generating. Can you picture that? Can you picture that better than net zero by 2050? Next, we'll look at the three main players in the human and political world: people, government, and business. Government is selected by the people to look after their interests. Modern economic interaction was designed with a regulatory fence to protect people and government from the excess of capitalist business. Adam Smith discussed the critical importance of this boundary at great length. Of course, what we have now in the UK and much of our globalized world is that the legislative boundary has moved to protect government and business from the people. The little flame highlights businesses which cause climate change in order to stay in business. The rest are just businesses. Some of the largest ones are highly focused on extracting the largest amount of cash from the largest number of people. But most other businesses are there to supply people with things that they need, and they are run by people who do the best they can. Climate change hits people first. And so the UK government is now actually strengthening the legislative wall between people and government, criminalizing peaceful protest, jailing the messengers, defending inaction in the face of emergency. And there lies an opportunity for business to make the change. They have more influence on policy than people do, and they seem to be better at getting things done than the government is. There's another thing which negatively influences people and governments alike, and which may have slightly less effect on business. And that's propaganda. The public discourse is controlled by the few. And that is the setting in which businesses must play their part. So what can businesses do? Here's some thoughts just to seed the conversation that we're about to have. Businesses can change their mission away from maximizing cash extraction. They can change their products and services to zero emissions. And I say zero, not net zero, I say zero, because that's the end point. They can change the supply chain and materials to zero emissions. Importantly, businesses can influence the government to do far, far better. They can use public relations and advertising to change the public discourse. They can honestly evaluate their own life cycle emissions. And they can be transparent about what they do, and so call out greenwashing. And businesses can help other business to do the same. To summarize, we looked at how the urgency is growing exponentially. We looked at the root cause and how perspective matters when you want to do something. We looked at the importance of a relatable vision. We looked at the interplay between people, government, and business, and the opportunity this creates for businesses to shine. And we looked at what businesses might do before and after governments decide to finally take this crisis seriously. In the next panel, let's listen to some of these green businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for laying the groundwork for our conversation. Please do stay with us, as I'm sure during the Q&A session we're going to have questions from the audience for you. But now let's welcome our distinguished panelists to join us here on the stage for the conversation. Milan van der Meulen, founder of Soli, Eleni Polychroniadou, co-founder of Centauri, Buffy Price, co-founder of Carbon Re, and Simon Heppner, co-founder of Net Zero Now. Well, welcome to all of you. I love these little green rings. It sort of like helps us identify one another. And I wasn't aware that you were one of us.
I'm one of you.
I know, that's fantastic. Buffy, we're going to start with you. I'm going backwards on the slides.
That was why I'm not in the Green Circle Club.
I know.
That's
why we just. Okay. Yeah. But you have the UCL badge, so that's just as good. I'm very much interested in the personal stories. We always talk about it. For me personally, the personal stories are the most important part, and that's how I connect with the different stories. We have a panel of wonderful business people here, and I'm very keen on knowing their personal stories. So, Buffy, what motivated you to focus your career on developing solutions for the climate crisis?
Well, it's a relatively recent transition. Interesting, all the points you raised, Eric, about working in policy. I'd previously worked in as a political researcher and working with NGOs, and a lot of the work that we were doing was really focused on highlighting where there are issues and monitoring and reporting. Lastly, I started working with artificial intelligence and satellite data, again using the opportunities with artificial intelligence and satellite data to highlight the magnitude of deforestation in the Amazon, for example. But what we were really doing was providing that information. We know that that problem was there. We were providing the information to policymakers, to decision makers to do something. And it sort of felt like it was going into a bit of a void. And that frustration, we know where the challenges are, and I really wanted to do something directly about that. So, I mean, not to say that monitoring, reporting, and accountability are really, really important. We must do that. But frequently, I found it was a bit of an excuse. We can't do anything until we've got the data, until we understand the landscape. So, protect us as an industry. And I had the opportunity to meet Dr. Daniel Somerville. So we're a spin out of UCL and Cambridge University. And Dan had done his PhD research at the Institute for Manufacturing at Cambridge University, and he'd identified that in cement production, which accounts for 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions, there is a 20% difference between a good day and a bad day in the process. So even within the existing envelope, there is a huge room for opportunity to reducing the amount of fossil fuels that have been burning on any given day. He was doing this sort of analog. He was doing this as a continuous improvement expert, and combining his expertise with artificial intelligence. We know that there is something that we can do today to have direct reduction in CO2 emissions in the cement industry, and hopefully more wider. So the motivation was to have a direct impact, and also very much it was existential crisis. I think we've heard a lot about it this morning, the frustrations of seeing there's so much to be done and wanting to have a role in that.
And I mean, I'm looking at you guys, and I know that it is possible. We have all the solutions, and I think you're the great proof of that. Milan, 10 years of Soli, and I was fortunate enough to be celebrating with you the 10th anniversary of Soli. Could you share with us the journey of founding Soli and how it aligns with your mission of providing solar energy access for all?
Yeah, sure. So 10 years in the solar industry, and although we deliver green energy, if you look to my hairs, you will already see some gray touch points on that as well. Because indeed, it is a very dynamic market. And to be honest, it's also for me always interesting to be in this academic playing field again. Because I once thought, how am I going to make an impact in that topic of climate change? Because when I was 13, I watched the documentary of Al Gore, An Inconvenient Truth. Frankly, my father forced me and my brother to watch it. And then not only once, but weekends and weekends after that. Later on, we decided to call it green doctrination. But we saw a problem that was so big and so important that at that time, although very young at age, we decided as soon as we start our careers, we need to contribute to the solution of it. And then we were at the point to think about how can we make impact. And of course, you can strive to become active in politics. But yeah, then you have to wait quite some time to make a career out of yourself and to get yourself at the space where you can really press buttons. So we decided to use entrepreneurship and founded Soli to make solar energy accessible. Back indeed more than 10 years ago already. And, right now it's quite a well-known service, but back then it was a completely new product. And to be honest, now active indeed in this industry for 10 years, active throughout Europe, even in Africa, it is a hell of a ride, but I think it also shows indeed the importance of entrepreneurship. Because you can put politicians and scientists in a room, and then you will have the most wonderful discussions, but as soon as they leave the room, then the problem is still there. You need to have a strong level of execution power to really solve it. And I think entrepreneurship sometimes is a little bit underestimated, but I think they are the vital condition to really overcome this big crisis.
Absolutely, and so I'm going to pick up on that, the entrepreneurship, and Eleni, Director of the Year for the Young and Startup category. I mean, that's amazing. Many congratulations. Your career spans entrepreneurship, business, climate activism. Could you share with us your personal story and journey, and what inspired you to combine all these amazing areas into what it is now, Santali?
So I will echo actually both of my panelists. I think it's actually really interesting to have all of us share our stories because there's so many common themes. But I always cared about making an impact and sort of looked at inequality and poverty and climate change and just felt overwhelmed by how many problems there are in the world, and was constantly trying to figure out how to best make an impact. So similarly, I sort of said, okay, best way to make an impact, become a policymaker, be in the COP negotiations as a climate chief negotiator and make that final decision that kind of has a domino effect. And then sort of looking into that career path a little bit more, realized I'm not a very patient person and it takes a lot of patience and compromise and many, many, many years to be able to make some of the policy changes that we see. And they are important and they do have a domino effect, but it's very difficult, I think, for someone like myself who needs to see tangible results, and I'm what I would classify as a doer. So I sort of did a degree in environmental policy and then parked the idea and tried to see potentially how I could work in business. And actually, even in business, I started feeling frustrated because I felt like big corporates weren't taking things seriously and there was a lot of talk and not a lot of walk. So I spent a lot of my evenings doing climate activism, Extinction Rebellion, climate reality, lobbying my local government, trying to make change, trying to find the path that felt the most tangible. I didn't intend on becoming an entrepreneur, to be honest. I was terrified of the notion, and an opportunity arose when my colleague at the time and I were sitting in a business that got acquired. We got acquired by a company that didn't believe that oil and gas didn't have a future, and they didn't believe that oil and gas would need to be transitioned out, and this was a company that bought a sustainability company. So my colleague and I sort of looked at each other and went, how on earth are we ever going to work for people that don't believe in something so basic as the fossil fuel transition? And so decided to pull together and start a business. And it's been incredibly rewarding because of the ability to take ownership and agency and really figure out how can you make the best impact, and also not only the impact that you make as yourself, but really looking at your sphere of influence and thinking about your partners, your collaborators, the people around you, because outside of what we do on a day-to-day basis, even by sharing our experiences with our friends, our families, our network, there is a domino effect across the board, and I think that's been one of the most powerful experiences of entrepreneurship for me.
Very inspiring. Simon, Net Zero Now, my newly discovered climate reality leader. What led you to dedicate your career to sustainable business practices?
Well, for me, back in the late 80s, I studied environmental economics and loved it. I thought, this is it, this is what I want to do. And so I left university and promptly did something completely different. And I spent the next decade meandering through lots of different jobs until I found myself in East Timor, working with the UN in 1999 in this kind of state building exercise for East Timor, which was a newly christened state. And I was very excited about this. This was, a blank piece of paper. How do we create a new country and what do we build it on? But it very quickly transpired that the whole economic theory of East Timor was going to be built on fossil fuels. It was about fossil fuel extraction from the Timor Gap. And that just felt incredibly backward-looking to me. This was the UN, with everything that they know, creating a new nation and not being able to get past the paradigm of a fossil fuel economy. And that reignited my interest for environmental action. And as everyone here has said, we all have to choose what vehicle we're going to drive in order to deliver on those passions that we've got. Is it going to be academia? Is it going to be politics, activism, innovation, entrepreneurial? And for me, it was business. And specifically, how do we convince businesses that operating with less environmental impact and more social value will help make them more successful businesses? That's been proved time and time again. And if we can convince businesses of that, then we've got a chance to sit down with them and talk about what that means for them. How can we actually deliver on that? And that's what I've spent the last 20 years doing, convincing businesses that this is going to be something that works for them as a business, and then helping them deliver it. And a lot of that's been around climate strategy. And again, just to echo the point you were making, it's incredibly satisfying because day by day, you're seeing the change of what you're trying to do, rather than this kind of spending years and years working on a piece of policy that may or may not get passed, may or may not have an impact. This is day by day, working with businesses, getting them to change and seeing that incremental improvement. And it's really satisfying.
It is a crucial part of our society. So if we can make those changes there in the business sector, we're sort of like 1/3 of the way through that direction. Buffy, as the co-founder of Carbon Re, there's been a lot of excitements and concerns around AI, but I usually like to look at the excitements and all the positives. How your AI and climate tech startup is helping manufacturers to go net zero?
Right, so as I mentioned previously, cement industry accounts for 8% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The foundation industries globally account for about 20% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So, it's extraordinary, a huge amount. And we're talking cement, steel, glass, ceramics, all the fundamental materials that we need for modern life. 40% of the emissions from cement production come from burning fossil fuels. We heard a lot about fossil fuels this morning. And as I mentioned, there is that 20% variation. There's an opportunity to, without changing anything, no installation of hardware, just installing our AI algorithms, feeding those directly into a distributed control center, modelling the environment of what's going on in this really, really volatile environment, the high heat part, the cement production, about 15,000 degrees, it's a continuous process, constantly burning fossil fuels. And we're teaching our algorithms the principles of physics and chemistry. They've got all this sensor data. As I mentioned, it's really, really highly volatile, so they need to be monitoring what's going on. But we don't really understand what is happening in that process in any given moment. What's really driving the transformation of that raw material, limestone, as it's heating up and moving through the process. We're talking mostly fossil fuels, but we're beginning to see the more introduction of alternative fuels, which is a fantastic thing, moving away from the fossil fuel use. But that drives more volatility into that process. There's, you know, different densities of fuels. One day it might be burning sort of biomass, next it's domestic waste, it's monkey nut seeds, it's whole truck tires sometimes. So this is driving a whole lot of complexity into the system. So what we're able to do with our models is predict what's going on in that environment and make adjustments to the set points at any given time to optimize the amount of fossil fuels that they're burning, or alternative fuels as well. So this has never been done before, but the industry is actually very well prepared with this data, and they haven't adopted these technologies, so we're sort of the forerunners in there. And we're seeing at the moment with our models sort of 2% reduction. We're definitely going to push that up to about 5% later this year. We see opportunities to reduce further up to about 15%. At the moment, so a 5% reduction in a single plant using our technology in a year, that'd be equivalent of taking 11,000 cars off the road. So it's really, really impactful. And actually, just with the pilots that we've been running, the early trials, I think we've saved the equivalent of about 900 to 1,000 people's entire lifetimes of CO2 emissions, and that's just from our prototype. So the opportunity is huge. So yeah, very excited.
A very noticeable number there. Yeah, that's amazing. Milan, you touched on the importance of entrepreneurship, but let's talk about it. As a pioneer in the solar energy sector, what role do you believe that entrepreneurship plays in driving the green transition?
Yeah, extremely important. So let me enter the solar bubble a bit. Because in the EU we made the Green Deal, right? I'm sure it also entered England in terms of news. And if you follow the goals we have set in the Green Deal, and let's incorporate England in this, because you're still in our hearts, we need to put solar panels on 40,000 homes a day. That's the challenge. So imagine that. It's a big challenge. And when we started 10 years ago, the topic was all about, do we need to change, right? Is climate change a very important topic? Are the solutions at hand? But I think we now really entered the phase that we just need to go plain in execution mode. The technologies are already there. International Energy Agency already said that all the technologies are there to cut emissions by 50% in 2030, just with the current technologies. And of course, we need to do further research and find out new technologies. But right now, we are just at the phase of execution. And I think we've also entered the phase wherein entrepreneurial part is therefore the most important condition to make that a success. So I hope that answers the question.
Fantastic. Yes. Eleni, there's been a lot of talks and again concerns around the topic of greenwashing, and now with the new regulations, the EU regulations. I know that you focus on verifying environmental claims and combating greenwashing. Could you elaborate on the importance of ensuring credibility and transparency in sustainability initiatives?
Absolutely. I mean, how many times has someone read a news article that says government commits to a specific target, or UK, for example, has reduced its emissions by 50% compared to the target, or big company stands up and says we have the greenest product on the market. Okay, and how do we know that? How can we prove that? How can we trust that claim is true? Now, I don't want to be cynical, but we do hear a lot of things that aren't 100% accurate. Anyone that's worked in statistics and data knows that the data can be the data, but you can make it say certain things, or you can tweak certain variables or put certain assumptions in, and all of a sudden you've got the answer that you want. And with some good marketing and advertising, everyone's going to sit there and believe it. With the climate crisis, with the extent of the urgency that we have to know if we're actually making progress, and we have to know that we're really starting to move the needle. Otherwise, we're all going to be standing here in 2050 and wondering what on earth happened and how on earth are we living in this world when we thought that we were making much more progress than we actually did. Al Gore recently launched the Climate Trace Initiative, which was very much focused around the verification and traceability of all of these greenhouse gas emissions. My company is focused on the built environment, so we've heard a little bit about buildings, we've heard about cement, which is a huge portion of a building construction. Buildings account for 40% of energy-related greenhouse gas emissions, and there's a lot of people that say, yes, we have green buildings. So we're really focused on making sure that when somebody says that their building is zero carbon or lower carbon or is reducing greenhouse gas emissions, there's a certain level of verification and trust. But that applies to everything, because as consumers, as citizens, as active, engaged citizens in our government and policy, we need to know what's going on and actually whether certain policies and decisions being made or certain products are actually changing things or not, so we can all make more informed decisions.
Thank you, Eleni. Simon, as the co-founder of Net Zero Now, could you explain how your organization provides a sector-specific solution for businesses to achieve that net zero that we're talking about today?
Sure. So Net Zero Now, we launched 3 or 4 years ago on this premise that while there was some clarity around global guidelines for carbon accounting and target setting, the specificity when you get down to the level of a specific type of business, it makes that difficult. There's lots of room for interpretation in those global guidelines. And so what we end up with is individual businesses interpreting them in their own way, and that means inconsistency, and that leads to the problem you're talking about. And so the result of that is inaction, really. Other businesses are looking around saying, oh, everyone's doing it differently. They're getting called out for the claims that they're making because they're doing it differently. I think we'll just wait. And it feels like a very inefficient and bad way to go about solving this problem. And what we try to do is work with the key players in each sector, the trade associations, the big corporate partners, the media, to collectively answer the questions and create a methodology for businesses in that sector that brings that consistency. It brings the consistency around the calculation and the target setting and the action and the claims that you can make about what you're doing. And that approach is something that we've taken to 9 sectors now. Some very odd ones. We're working in the salon sector. We're working in hospitality, in brewing. That was my choice. And we just started work in the construction sector, actually, with looking at the whole life carbon assessment piece from bricks and trying to think about how that applies down the supply chain for a plumber. How do they input into the whole life carbon assessment piece? So the sector-based approach seems absolutely essential to us. It brings that consistency, it supports the claims that you're making because there's a consistent methodology, and it also allows for collective action. We can bring businesses together that face the same challenges to see how collectively they can create solutions to those challenges and bring their collective power to bear on that.
So many questions and so little time. I think we are going to open the floor to questions from the audience. And is this the one? One more? Yes, for the questions that we are going to have from our online attendees as well. Any questions here in the audience? And I have forgotten my other iPad backstage. Apologies for that. We can take a question from the audience, and then the gentleman up there.
Hiya. I'm James. Thanks very much for talking, everybody. It's really, really interesting. A lot of you guys are talking about trying to convince people and help people provide the tools to allow people and businesses to make decisions towards making their businesses and their lives more climate conscious and more environmentally friendly. My brother's girlfriend studied environmental sciences, like many people in this room probably, and now she works for Shell. So I went and spoke to her, and I was shocked by the amount of apathy I got from her. And it really demoralized me. And I found myself, despite the fact that I've been kind of working and thinking about sustainability and talking with so many people like yourselves about these sorts of things, that I was totally powerless to respond to her level of apathy. And so I wonder if you could provide some advice for us, how we might talk to our friends, our colleagues, our family, you know, our industry kind of like peers and stuff. How would we talk to them to convince them that there is still hope and not to feel so apathetic about the world because they are part of it? Thank you.
Who would like to? I'm trying to get to the...
Well, I'll jump in. Actually, it's not
Yes.
It's not directly answering your question, James. But one of the challenges we have selling into industry is what is their motivation to buy our product? I want to save the planet. I want to make the world a better place. All the cliches. We could be, you know, our carbon ray, our mission is to reduce gigatons of CO2 emissions annually. So it's really significant. And then talking to, you know, head of a cement plant, and they're interested in, you know, their bottom line and the quality of the cement and the throughput of the cement, and actually having that dialogue and realising that actually I can win. I don't mind why they're buying a product. If it means that they're saving money on fuels that they're buying, and that's why they're buying it, that's fine, as long as I know that we're having a positive impact. We initially went in trying to target, you know, the chief sustainability officers and people with that kind of remit, and actually finding much more interest from the chief digital officers and CFOs. So it's really interesting understanding what people's motivation are for change, and really quite shocking when, you know, it seems so obvious. I work in a climate tech company, so everybody I know and all my algorithms, and I'm here, and everybody totally agrees with what your point and where you're coming from, right? So it's really shocking when you meet people who just aren't interested. So I think how I've managed it professionally is it doesn't really matter as long as they're going on the same journey. So if I can find a way to connect with them that helps them make better choices, I guess it's a very strong value judgment from me. But you know, if those cement plants are using our technology, it doesn't really matter why. So there's a little bit of a how I deal with it personally. So not a direct answer, but.
And Eric, I think you wanted to pick up on that.
Yeah, I've worked for Shell for just under a decade, and I've worked in oil industry for another 15 years after that, at different companies. And I've had many climate change conversations over the last 15 years with my oil colleagues too, while I was in the oil industry. Specifically after the point I mentioned when I started working on carbon storage and started studying climate change, so I was aware of it. But just to make it clear, when you work in an oil company, the information that you get is in the bubble, yeah? And you don't realize that. I realized that when this whole CCS thing, which wasn't, I'd already left Shell for a while, when that came up, I thought, wow, that's interesting, because just before I joined the oil industry, I joined in 1990, and that was when climate change was just on the agenda. And I remember conversations about this, we've got 100 or 130 years. And I remember those conversations, and the next time climate change cropped up in the conversation was 20 years later. And that's because my circle was the people I worked with. I moved to a different country, you meet different people, but they're all in that circle. So one suggestion I would have is, when you try to change the minds of people in the oil industry, then, you know, don't hold your breath, because you might well not succeed, yeah? Because it's really ingrained. On the other side of it, a lot of the conversation I had with my colleagues was focused on concern. And they were actually afraid to bring it up, but I would just talk in the office about climate change. And they would always be happy to discuss this when nobody was around to hear it, because they were concerned that this was going to impact on our work. I've never had any trouble with my work until I became really vocal and got kicked off projects because I'm a bit critical of carbon storage and I know too much. But they were concerned. A bit like, journalists self-censor when they think the editor is going to throw it out. So there's a lot of that going on. And there's one point which I was going to make. Yeah, for me, my main reason for becoming active, and I haven't picked my area yet, so at the moment I'm working in retrofit and trying to get 5,000 homes in Aberdeen retrofitted over the next 15 years, but from the community up instead of from the top down. Which, yeah, is completely different from what I normally do. My driver is the system is going to collapse, unless it doesn't. Yeah. If it collapses, it's going to go violent. I have a 13-year-old son and I don't really want him to, I'm training him to deal with violence, but I don't want him to. And that's a really strong motivator for me to have this realization that, I can't say that here, but it's going to go wrong unless it's not. And that's the choice. So for me, that motivates. But a lot of people are frightened when I say, look, it's going to be a revolution, and I don't want it to be violent, because violence, whichever way it goes, violence polarizes and destroys societies.
Simon and Eleni.
I think we have to realize that the motivation for us is going to be very different from the motivation for other people. And my experience of doing this for the last 20 years is that trying to appeal to businesses' sense of what's going to be great for the planet, what's going to be great for society, doesn't resonate. It doesn't convert businesses into the businesses that we can work with. We have to tell them this is going to be good for their business. We have to tell them it's going to make them a more resilient, more successful business that can employ the best people, that can continue to win customers, that can be cost efficient, and then they start to turn onto it. But telling them they have to do this in order to save the planet, it doesn't work.
Different motivations, and definitely money talks.
And just one
for the
thing,
businesses.
because that's the positive thing about someone who works for Shell, is that money talks for them, right? So Shell looks at the world through an Excel sheet, so to say. So they look at numbers. And if you look to the Netherlands, for example, of course Shell is quite dominant in the Netherlands. People think sometimes that Dutch people are very progressive, and sometimes they are, but they mostly think about their own wallet. And we are now champion in the field of solar energy. We have the most solar panels per inhabitant globally. So, and it's not because people wanted to really contribute to this energy transition, it's mostly because they save money. So if I can prove you, and therefore also her, to show them that, for example, having solar panels is saving money, more than a traditional utility contract from a fossil fuel-based utility, for example, that already helps. But of course, what we also see in the Netherlands is that sometimes the success is so big that Shell is now preparing a lawsuit against the government because the phase out of fossil fuels is going faster than they expected. And then faster than they anticipated in their Excel sheets. And then now they want to get compensated for them. And I know it's crazy, but it underlines the fact that we are really winning, that the transition is going faster than all their calculations. And I think that's also something we have to be positive about. So show them the alternatives, because the alternatives we have right now, they speak for themselves in money, in value, and everything. So to make it a little bit more direct and personal.
Eleni?
I have a slightly different opinion from everyone on the panel. I spent the first portion of my career saying, okay, let's not talk about the planet and stuff, let's talk about business, let's talk about money, let's talk about what people relate to. I am moving away from that, actually, and trying to bring the conversation back into that, because I think we have disconnected people from everything. right? We're talking about politics, we're talking about business, and we're talking about people. People work in business, people are politicians, people have businesses, people are making decisions. And yes, there are these veils of politics and corporations, etc., but at the end of the day, if you can talk to someone on a human level and convince them and engage with them in human speak, let's not talk our Excel spreadsheets and our P&Ls and what's that supplier saying, but actually, what do you care about and what matters to you? And how can we then have that domino effect? I think we would get a lot further than when we put on the business hat. And I think it's hard and it's very draining because you do get a lot of pushback and it takes a long time and a lot of personal energy and investment to be able to kind of engage with people on that level. But I think the flip of that, for me personally at least, in the work that we do, is once you get people bought into the vision and the realization that actually they're not powerless and okay, they're one person, but imagine what if scenarios, if every single person in Shell did one action for climate. There's thousands of people in Shell, and Shell has an enormous impact, and you could really move the needle. So empowering people to realize that they have agency and they can make a difference, and making them be the champions within their organizations, for me, that's the way that I'm trying to do business, and I'm trying to move away from covering things up in you're going to save money and it's going to be okay and it's really in your benefit, and trying to get back to the value of why they're doing what they're doing.
Thank you. I'm looking through the questions we have from our online attendees, and it's quite fascinating. There are many questions about mental health, anxiety, and children. I feel that these questions are not as relatable as we would like them to be to our panelists here who are in business. So I would like to take another question, that lady over there in the middle. Thank you. And if you could just make it short. We have less than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your perspective. I think, Eleni, you may have indirectly answered my question already, but I guess I wanted to ask, all of you have your values that drive your work, and I think the fact that this is an area of business that is evolving and growing is wonderful. But how do you combat the areas where, you know, as you said, in Shell, in that bubble, in that environment, the kind of company ethos is so against change, where business as usual is so entrenched and defended and denial is rife. How do you get change into those organizations? And Simon, maybe this is a question for you, for kind of how you reach out and engage in businesses that are resistant to that, and where, you know, their bottom line and how they make money is still viable, where you know, contributing to the climate crisis is still viable and it's still an attractive choice. You know, how do we make alternatives more attractive, but also how do we make the incumbent less attractive? So it's that last part that I'm interested in. Thank you.
Very quickly. So encouragingly, in the last 6 months to a year, the landscape has started to change, and more businesses are voluntarily coming forward saying we need to have a climate strategy. And that's partly being driven by legislation and regulation requiring businesses to disclose their carbon impact, but partly by stakeholders as well, particularly procurement. There's more and more requirement in tenders that are going out for the businesses that want to bid for that contract to have a carbon reduction plan. That's now in public procurement, and the NHS just came out in November last year saying the threshold for any business that wants to apply to the NHS to have a contract is now £10,000. So that's basically everyone. And that's bringing 50,000 new suppliers into this world where they have to do this in order to continue to do business. That's been very powerful as a motivator. but also their customers. You guys, everyone who spends money with organizations is an agent of that change and is able to have agency and make businesses think that this is important. And after 15 to 20 years of it being a real uphill struggle, the last 12 months have been transformational in a way, in terms of it not being us going out and telling businesses and making the case. They're starting to come to us and say, this is something we need to do. We might not be ideologically aligned with this, hopefully they are, but we know we've got to. And I think we're on that tipping point where it's suddenly going to be every business doing this, every business having a strategy. And that strategy is built on knowing what their carbon footprint is, setting ambitious targets and having a plan to achieve those targets, and then disclosing it transparently. Those are the 4 pillars. Sorry, that wasn't too quick.
No, that's perfect. Eric?
Yeah, just a very short bit, because you mentioned, what can you do, for example, inside a company like Shell, and knowing the inside of these companies very well, I'd say very little. I've tried for many years, but the big issue is that the core of these businesses has to go down the tube. And you will hit that level. So having the conversation with individuals who work there is one thing. That will work, and they can leave and go somewhere else, and most skills are transferable. That's pretty clear. It's a challenge to sell those skills on. But the company itself will not change out of the fossil fuel industry. That's not how it works. That's what they've been pretending for decades, but that is not how business works. That's not even what they're allowed to do unless they get the majority of their shareholders on side to actually change the industry, which they won't. So a business either gets all the shareholders online to actually change what they do as a business, but the core of it is, typically, you would just close up shop and give any residual funds to the shareholders. That's it, end of business. So thinking that you can change companies who make a living out of fossil fuels, I think is, put your energy elsewhere, I'd say.
Well, thank you so much, Milan van der Meulen, Buffy Price, Eleni Polychroniadou, Simon Hepner, and Eric Dahlhausen. We have come to the end of our morning sessions. I hope you enjoyed it so far. We all need and deserve a lunch break, and we will see you here in an hour time. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Okay, that was just to check my microphone. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing lunch break and now you're ready and energized for the rest of the event. We have an exciting panel coming up next as we're going to dive into our next session, focusing on the role of policymakers in driving the green transition here in the UK. So without further ado, I'm going to invite our distinguished panelists and panel of experts to join us here. We've got Georgia Gould, the leader of Camden Council, Shirley Rodriguez, Deputy Mayor of London, Robbie McPherson, Senior Political Advisor at Uplift and Climate APPG Lead, Annabel Rice, Political Advisor at Green Alliance, Tone Langinian, Senior Policy Advisor for Climate and Energy Policy at the Tony Blair Institute. A very warm welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate that you've made time to be with us here today. So I'm going to just kick off by asking you the questions, as I would like to go through all the questions that I've got here for you. Shirley, if I may, I would like to start off by asking you, in your experience overseeing global climate change grants, what strategies have you found most effective in driving sustainable initiatives at the city level?
Well, thank you for inviting me here, and that sort of partly refers to some of the work I did in my career working for a philanthropy, but also worked at various local authorities where we were doing grant giving. And I think the biggest thing is being really clear about the direction and the ambition. So getting leaders like Georgia or the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, being really clear about where we need to be and what the target is. So in London, it's a net zero London by 2030. Really ambitious, very tough, but it sets that, the marching orders essentially for all of us, not just the mayor, not just the boroughs, but individuals, businesses, and so on. And then looking, having set that strategy, then it's a whole host of things about, understanding where the issues are, whether it's where your emissions are or where the problems are, and then really diving in to understand where you can make the most impact and where you might start. And of course that varies from city to city, local authority to local authority. We have different powers, different circumstances, different makeups. So you have to have a sort of broad strategy, but then fine tune it. And then I think absolutely in parallel with all of, for all of this is really engaging the communities. This can't be a top-down, deliver it to people. It has to be with local people saying, what do they want? And then how do you help deliver that? And we're doing some of that. We could probably talk about that a little bit later, about some of the examples that we're doing in London. And then finally, a big part of that is communication. It's messaging and really getting the messaging out about why we need to do it, what help is available, what the benefits are. And then, just to flag as well, we've had a lot, and you've probably seen some of this, I think, with some of the policies here, but, globally, a lot of distrust and mistrust, disinformation and misinformation. So that's a sort of huge change over the last few years, and we're having to fight against that. So that sort of engaging with a whole range of stakeholders to really push this forward is absolutely key.
When we talk about the policy-making process, it's all about implementation and basically the practicality. Tone, in your work at the Tony Blair Institute, how do you translate net zero policy goals into practical and actionable strategies for policymakers?
Yeah, so at the Tony Blair Institute, what we do is that we work with leaders, so both in the UK but also across the world. And I think what's really interesting when it comes to kind of net zero goals is that, when you're a political leader, you have a number of different priorities on your list of things to do, and net zero and reducing emissions is only one of them. So what we often try to do is think about how you can link up those different ambitions with each other to kind of create synergies and create kind of incentives for acting on climate policy.
which I think is a really important first step. And I think a good example of this is we do a lot of work with leaders in Africa, for instance, where development will be their top priority, rightly. So it's understanding, you know, how you can then practically talk about renewables, for instance, as a means to further development. And in an African context, for instance, there are a huge amount of barriers to do that. So then you need to think very practically through, so what does that mean? How do you then get the investment into a solar project, for instance? How do you set up your energy market to enable that rather than enabling fossil fuels? And so it's kind of working through both the kind of high-level ambitions and then working through what that means practically and explain that clearly. And I think kind of thinking about that those high-level aims together is a really important kind of a first step to get to those practical solutions.
Absolutely, and at the same time, the cross-party collaboration, another important part of the policy-making process. And Robbie, as a senior political advisor, what strategies do you employ to foster cross-party collaboration and consensus on climate-related issues in Westminster?
Yeah, there's a really important few points here which I would just like to highlight to begin with, which is that the UK's political consensus on climate is definitely, in some ways, quite unique to this country. It is, unfortunately, in recent years under quite intense attack, and it is beginning to weaken, quite frankly. And thirdly, on a more positive side, I think there are many things that we can do to mend it. But if we just take a step back and look what the UK's political consensus has allowed us to achieve, it has allowed us to achieve huge legislative frameworks which have really been able to drive forward policy over the past decade or so, including the 2008 Climate Change Act, which was voted through under Ed Miliband and the Labour Party, which was really world-leading legislation, but made stronger by the Lib Dems and, yes, the Conservatives in opposition relating to the role of the CCC and the UK's emission reduction targets. Again, in 2019, Net Zero 2050, a huge consensual piece of legislation. And in 2019, at the general election, to top it off, 95% of voters told politicians by electing parties committed to 2050 net zero or sooner that this is something that matters to them. So I think that the consensus is strong in Westminster and across the country. But unfortunately, what we've seen is a weaponisation of climate policies, not least under this particular government, which is unfortunate, and that is really coming to a head in terms of my job in Westminster to bring people together around ambition on climate and nature, and I think that that is something that we need to combat. I think that the way you do that is you challenge the sceptics head on. You don't let them, run wild with this, quite frankly, disinformation and allow mistrust to become something that's sown. You provide an alternative vision, you paint what the future looks like, and you come up with deliverables to show how that policy can then be implemented. And you meet people where they're at, because I think that in terms of politicians, I mean, Deputy Mayor, you'll be able to speak on this, and Councillor Gold, much more than I, but a huge part of this is selling that back to the public and getting their buy-in. And unless voters want to see these policies, then politicians are stuck, outside the Otherton window, struggling to get the policies forward. So I think them three things are really important. But in my job, leading the all-party group on climate at Uplift, and previously working with Annabelle Works at Green Alliance, leading the all-party environment group, I think that rallying MPs together through roundtables, providing them access to high-profile speakers, getting them out of Westminster for a start, and showing them that actually the race to renewables is happening in Grimsby, it's happening in the North Sea. Homes are being insulated, and on the flip side, people are thirsty for this change, and bringing all of them things together, I think, is the types of strategies that I would suggest. But yeah, consensus is really important, and I think we need more of it.
Yes. So translating the net zero goals into policies, and then the collaboration, the cross-party collaboration and consensus. We earlier had a panel of COP28 outcomes, and we had the founder of C40, we did talk about the importance of course, policies and regulations. So on that, Annabelle, in your experience with C40 cities, what lessons have you learned about the effective governance mechanisms for accelerating urban climate action?
Yeah, firstly, I just want to say thanks so much for organising this panel, and the role of policymakers is so crucial, and I think, yeah, really important to highlight. And building on the consensus that's already building around here, I think that firstly I just wanted to say why cities are important in this debate, and I know I don't need to say this to many on the panel, but given that cities are responsible for something like, that they're responsible for a large amount of emissions, but they also house around 2/3 of the global population, they're going to be hotbeds for innovation, for solutions, and really they're where the rubber meets the road in terms of action on the ground. So as both, victims but also contributors to climate action, they're really uniquely placed to handle the crisis that we're facing. And then I wanted to discuss why governance is important, because I think many in this room, if you think of a climate solution, the first thing that comes to mind might not be governance, but really how a city or any government at any level is run is completely crucial to actually achieving the action that we need to see, and also the implementation that we've already discussed. In terms of my experience at C40, I was managing our climate budgeting work, which London is pioneering, and I'm a huge fan of. It's completely the gold standard for governance. But there are three really key things that I came across as key points for good governance. The first being the need for a real champion of a leader, and one who's able to paint that positive vision that Robbie was talking about earlier. I think part of the reason that we've got into the situation where climate change is becoming increasingly polarised in the populism that's building out inside and outside of the climate space, the way to combat that is really showing that acting on climate change is in the benefit of all of us, and there's a vision for a future that needs to be painted, and it's difficult to find leaders that are able to do that successfully at the moment, just because of the backlash that you can face from both the media but also certain areas of the public. So having that champion is so important, but it's even more important that that vision isn't just held with the leader. So whether it's a prime minister, whether it's a mayor, whoever it is, that vision for the future needs to be shared by every single member of staff, and that ranges from the interns to the managers to the senior managers. Everyone needs to know why the work that they're doing contributes to that overall objective. The second really crucial thing is the kind of horizontal mainstreaming of climate action. Climate change doesn't exist in a single department. It's so fragmented, it sits across every single area of our society, so ranging from education to transport to everything. But our governance currently isn't built to work that way. There's so many silos in government, and that's true at a city level, but it's also true at a national level, and there's many that are working really hard to fight this, but it's a continued battle, and the need for collaboration is really strong. And then there's that piece on vertical integration too, so thinking about how cities are able to interact with national governments and be able to really advocate and ask for the powers that they need to act on climate change, but also bringing in the public. I think we've seen so many examples of failed policies where the idea is good, but there's been no engagement with stakeholders, and that's why it fails. I think a really good example of that is the Green Home Scheme a few years ago at the national level, which failed because it was put together in a matter of mere weeks or months, and industry just wasn't prepared to deal with it. And if they had that level of engagement, I think we could have seen a really different outcome. So yeah, those would be the three really key points.
Thank you. We are at a stage in the human history that I think we need urgent action at every level of society, and that brings me to you, Councillor Georgia. As a local councillor and leader of Camden Council, tell us what initiatives have you spearheaded to tackle the climate crisis at the community level?
I think to your point, I think there's a lot of hope and action happening at the local level. We're not waiting for national government to act. We are taking action alongside our communities, and I think that sits in a number of different places. Like fundamentally, we need to as councils kind of lead ourselves in relation to the powers we have. So that's planning, it's our own estates. In Camden, we've reduced carbon in our estates by 63%. It's our transport leadership. We've trebled the amount of segregated cycle spaces in the borough. It's it's the work we're doing to decarbonise homes. So there's a whole kind of host of policies we can take. And climate has to be embedded in every decision, and we've changed our constitution to mean that every single decision the council takes, we have to consider the climate and ecological emergency. And then we have a really important role as leader of place and convener, so working with all the different partners in our place, businesses, communities, public sector, to make sure that they are working together to achieve our 2030 ambitions. And realising that we can't act alone, we've been creating new coalitions across the country. So I chair something called London Councils, which is all of the London boroughs working really closely with Shirley and the Mayor. And we've come together with the 12 biggest cities outside of London to start something called Free CI, which is a climate investment commission, which is essentially about trying to get the kind of trillions that are talked about at COP into real projects in communities. Because we've calculated for London and those 12 cities, there's a 206 billion gap to reach net zero. So there's too, the need is too much for the public sector to be able to deliver alone. So we're looking at new models to bring investment into our communities. But I think finally and most importantly, it's our role working alongside communities. And in Camden, we were the first council to run a citizens' assembly, and that had a really mixed range of people in there. But together, they were bolder than we would have ever been alone, and we are implementing the plan that they've set for us. And when people are facing a massive cost of living crisis, struggling to heat their homes, sometimes this feels like the less urgent crisis. So we have to recognise that tackling this is a social justice issue, and we need to focus our policies on those who need them the most. So when we retrofit homes, we actually take people out of fuel poverty and change lives, and we have to always balance those two things together.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, engaging the community and public in those decision-making processes, and also part of that community is crucial. But I'm going to move on. I'm very keen on listening to you and hearing about all the fantastic successful stories that you have, the policies, the environmental policies and programs that you've implemented in London that could serve as a model for other cities around the world?
Yeah. Well, just as a precursor, I'm saying, we have slightly different powers to, say, New York City, who have huge powers over their buildings. They're able to do a lot on building retrofit and removing gas boilers, for example. We don't have those powers. So what we do is focus in London on the things that the mayor is able to control, so largely transport and planning, but then also a lot of work working in local authorities and others, convening people to do things. So 3 examples. The first one, if you're in London, probably outside of London, you've probably heard of the ultra-low emission zone, which we expanded last August. And the reason I'm talking about that here is because the causes of air pollution are very similar to the causes of climate change, and the solutions are very similar as well. And the ultra-low emission zone has had a huge impact on reducing air pollution. We've had results for inner London, reduced it by half, taking off about 50,000 vehicles off the road already, so contributing to reducing carbon, and really driving people to think about their behaviour and use public transport more or use their cars less. There is a place for a car, but what we need, especially in a congested city like London, is less of that. And I'm on a commission, our Common Air, which is really looking to elevate the impact of air pollution. 7 million people around the world die from air pollution. It's one of the biggest risks, health risk factors, and yet it doesn't have the attention that climate has. And it's shocking that it does. And you've probably heard the story of Ella Adu, Kissy Deborah, a 9-year-old girl who died. She was the first person to have air pollution cited as her cause of death, and that's really driven Sadiq's work in London, really pushing that. And what we do then is integrate, as people have talked about, climate into all aspects that we're doing. So that's a big policy that we've done on air pollution. and we're cleaning up our air 5 times faster than national government is across the country because of those policies. The second area is development. So we have new development going up in London, and we have what we call the London Plan, which sort of governs the spatial development of the city, and we set standards. So we have set standards that are driving reductions in carbon emissions 50% beyond national building regulations. And by some quirk, we were able to set that policy even though government abandoned it for the rest of the country. So in London, we're really driving that. We're seeing developments coming across the city, which are really then not contributing to making the problem worse. And we are advocating, there's a consultation going on at the moment where government is talking about changing those standards, and we're arguing that the local authorities should be able to set those standards above the ones the government set. Otherwise, we will then never get to that 2030 target. So it's a huge difference, and that really does look at a whole range of issues, the London Plan. If you take a look at it, it's not just about reducing carbon, it's about how do you integrate nature into our buildings, how do we protect the green belt, how do we look at air quality, how do we use the circular economy and promote that as well. And then the third piece I just talk about is greening our infrastructure in London. So again, you know, that the climate emergency goes hand in hand with tackling the nature emergency, and also looking at social justice. And one of the big issues for Sadiq is how do we make sure that people have access to nature? We saw that during the pandemic where, you know, probably about half of Londoners who didn't have access to a private balcony or a garden were really just stuck wandering the streets. And, you know, and I think people really appreciated that nature. So what we're trying to do is make sure that nature is on more accessible, more on people's doorsteps, but also trying to protect the species that we have and reintroducing species. So you probably have heard about some of the beaver rewilding reintroduction projects we have in London, which are phenomenal. And what has been so special about those is the communities that bring that together. It's a combination of local authorities, NGOs, local communities who are absolutely desperately protective of these species and want to make sure that they thrive. And it just inspires people, and it's very emotional when you use it, if you ever get the chance to be at one of those, because you can see how passionate people are. And that connection to nature really then drives, I think, other people's action on climate and other things. So those are just a few things. Do have a look at our website. We're coming up, you know, we'll be publishing some reports recently in a few weeks' time about some of our achievements as well, but there's lots out there. And we're always, I should say, that we're always happy to learn from other cities. You know, London hasn't got the monopoly on good practice, and through C40 cities we've learned from other cities around the world, and they learn from us, and that's really a way to drive action across cities globally.
Collaboration in its true nature. That's amazing. And thank you so much for also addressing the air pollution issue. The new report is suggesting nearly 11 million premature deaths globally per year due to air pollution from the burning of fossil fuels. And as you said, it's very important to focus on that, because I don't think we are aware of the huge impact it has on our health. I'm not going to go into the details, but infertility, still gas, and all those issues. So thank you so much for also mentioning that in answering your question. I'm going to now look at that balance that we need with all the recent crises. The economic growth is also an important issue that needs to be looked at. How do you think governments can effectively balance economic growth and environmental sustainability in their policy-making agendas, particularly in the post-pandemic recovery phase? I feel like we are still in that phase, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is a really, really important point. It kind of comes back to what I was saying earlier about the fact that, you know, climate action is super important, but it exists in a number of other important goals for any government. And providing economic growth is absolutely key to kind of maintain, you know, prosperity, kind of living standards for people. And I think what's very interesting that's been happening is that we've kind of gone from a period where climate was seen as something that would be a negative impact on growth to being seen globally as something that will kind of spur growth. And I think what's really interesting is that, you know, you got about, I think Bloomberg recently announced that there had been like well over $1 trillion invested in clean technologies last year. And I think that speaks of the kind of movement of money into that, and the fact that kind of clean technologies is being seen as a kind of a way to growth and prosperity. And if you look at, you know, the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, they've gone ahead and, you know, have a very ambitious spending program, which is leading to huge job growth, new businesses, new opportunities for people across the country in a number of communities. And similar action is being taken in countries across the globe at the moment. And I think what's really important there, in particular as well, is the incredible power of clean technology. Because what we're essentially doing is that we are innovating to make clean technologies the cheaper, better option, that is a better option that will fuel economic growth and fuel cost reductions, to make it the better alternative for how we power, how we deal with our kind of, how we drive economic growth for our societies. And I think policymakers have been incredibly key in achieving that. If you think about the UK, you know, the contracts for difference scheme is basically what's led to the rapid fall in the cost of offshore wind. Incentivizing those type of behaviors and that kind of innovation, it means that climate is now kind of interlinked with economic growth and prosperity. And I think the most important thing policymakers can do now to kind of keep linking those is thinking about how you create those right incentives to continue that kind of trend, and continue the kind of trend of, you know, it's not more profitable or better to focus on fossil fuels. It's better to focus on green policies. And I think we're definitely moving there as a society, but we can certainly do more, in particular in the UK, I think.
Thank you. We did talk about increasing ambitions earlier and those ambitious targets. Robbie, I'm now going to touch on the social justice issue, a very important issue that needs to be addressed. So how do you navigate the political landscape to ensure that climate policies are not only ambitious, we all need that, but also socially just and equitable?
Yeah, exactly. I think that, you know, we need climate ambition, and we also need policies which can help alleviate the cost of living. I think 1.5 degrees over the past year, we have, you know, seen record temperature increases, and records been broken again. Year on year on year, we're seeing this trend. Meanwhile, what we're seeing is a cost of living crisis, which is absolutely battering households across the country. And so I think that on the positive side, the good news is that climate policies can be both ambitious towards decarbonisation, and they can also help to you know, bring us to a society that is not so impacted by the cost of living. And in terms of the political landscape, we talked about earlier sort of the consensus and the sort of increased disagreements that are happening between politicians in this area. And I think that, you know, on the one hand, in September last year, the Prime Minister stood outside Downing Street and said that he wants a more pragmatic, I think, proportionate and realistic approach to net zero and climate policy. Well, I would just say on that in 2013, I think, quote, the green crop was ditched, and we saw now and in the previous few years amidst the energy crisis what that impact had on households. So I think that that's a really good example of how, you know, we need to be more ambitious. Pragmatic, yes, to ensure that things can be delivered, but we can't lose that ambition, because that also hurts households in the long run. And just another example, actually, of a policy which I would like to talk about, if that's all right, that's going through Parliament right now is the Offshore Petroleum Licensing Bill. You might have heard of it as the sort of oil and gas bill, the bill that basically is set to mandate an annual licensing round of oil and gas developments in the North Sea. And the metric I think that the government said they would like to measure that by is its ability to protect jobs, enhance energy security, and drive forward climate action. And unfortunately, that fails on all three metrics. So in the past 10 years, which is not actually that funny, you know, the oil and gas industry have lost 200,000 jobs, or just over, despite hundreds of new drilling licenses. And so it's hard to see how, you know, endless exploration and developments of new oil and gas then leads to any kind of just transition which these workers desperately, quite frankly, need. You know, today there are 30,000 oil and gas workers in the oil and gas sector, a further 100,000 or just over supported by supply chain employment. And this particular legislation offers them nothing. On the energy security side, I would just say that North Sea oil, 80% of that is sent overseas and sold on the international market to the highest bidder, so it's not really doing anything for us in the UK. What's majority, and that's what's majority left in the North Sea in the first place. And then in terms of gas, estimates show that new licensing between now and 2050 would only provide 103 days of gas, or 4 days of gas a year for the UK. So again, failing on energy security. And in terms of climate, well, I mean, I don't really need to tell this audience, but fossil fuels aren't going to take us towards our climate goals or help to build the future that we need. The UN Secretary General says that, the IEA says that, the IPC says that, the former energy minister who stood down from Parliament in protest over this bill also says that, and so do so many other people. So I think that, you know, on the one hand, this pragmatic approach to net zero is damaging people, and this particular legislation definitely is. And I think that you touched on the Inflation Reduction Act. Though not perfect in its entirety, is a great example of how climate policies and social justice can occur and run parallel to each other. And yeah, I would just also finish by saying that if they're not, you know, considered through a social justice lens and a climate ambition lens, and I think that we just get what happened in France. Well, just recently, they do it quite well, the French, don't they, in terms of protest. But, you know, the Gilets jaunes and the farmers up in arms, we can't afford that if we want policies to have longevity. And so people need to be considered, and, you know, climate assemblies are a really important tool to ensuring that people's voices can be heard in the policy debate. But I would just probably finish by, saying that.
Thank you, and thank you for saying that. People's voices need to be heard, and with that, I'm going to also just mention here that the voices of youth in climate change movement is also crucial. And Annabelle, with that, I'm going to ask you, how do you think international climate diplomacy should involve and represent the voices of young people? And we would love to, of course, hear about your work with the G7 Youth Engagement Group. Later on, we're going to have an activism panel as well with our wonderful young activists. So we're very much keen to hear from you. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for asking this question. I think it's so important to bring youth into a policy-making discussion. Just in terms of my background, it was 2 years ago now, I was selected as the youth delegate for climate to attend the Youth Engagement Group for the G7, which was an incredible experience, and I would absolutely encourage everyone to apply for it if you're under the age of 30, which I'm clinging on to for dear life. So yeah, it was an incredible experience, and I've also attended COPs in the past, and so have a few reflections on kind of what makes the difference between meaningful youth engagement and what otherwise might be seen as somewhat tokenism. I think the really crucial thing for me was that beyond just being provided the opportunity for young people to attend events, so it's amazing to speak at events, to attend COPs, to go to the G7, those are all really, really amazing opportunities. But what I found was really lacking was access to decision-making spaces. I think that was particularly true at COP, and again, I probably don't need to tell many in this room that by the time we get to a COP conference, there's been several conferences in the run-up. So there's subsidiary body conferences and a whole series of other events. And it's much more difficult for young people to get invited to those kind of conferences and to participate there. And yet those are where all the decisions are actually made. By the time we get to COP, yes, of course, there's a few really pivotal moments and they're really, really important for international diplomacy. But a lot of the basis for the decisions has already been made. And so if young people aren't included in the spaces where actual policy is being considered, I think that is a huge issue. And going back to citizens' assemblies as well, which has already been mentioned, I think young people and people in general, when they attend citizens' panels, they consistently come up with more progressive policies, which just shows that there's such an appetite for action. I think the other thing to consider with young people is the kinds of people who are able to attend and be represented at these events. And that can just range from really basic logistics, like young people have school, or they might have university, or they may have other jobs as well. It's a huge time commitment to also try and be a policymaker in your spare time and often have no access to training. I mean, that's not something that's unique to young people, and I'm a member of the Future Leaders Network. And a study came out, I think it was last year, that 82% of people in management or leadership positions have never ever had management or leadership training. Which, I mean, some people might not find shocking in terms of like maybe you've had managers where that's definitely the case, but I think it's something that we really need to change, and that young people can't be expected to just go into these positions having no training, limited access, limited capacity, and be able to change the world. And the last thing I'll say is that there's a tendency, I think, to think of young people as this like really inspirational people who, whilst it may definitely be true, and I hope that it is true, it's not the only thing that they are, and it's not the only thing they should be considered to be. So we often have at COPs, a young person will come to the stage and give an amazing, rousing speech, and then they won't be allowed into the decision-making room. So kind of what was the point? That young people aren't there to sort of give you a boost so that you can then make great policy. They're there because they have amazing contributions and they have a different perspective on the world that needs to be represented in our policies, and particularly our climate policies, given that they'll be the ones inheriting a lot of the problems that we're facing and that we're causing. So yeah, those are the key takeaways for me.
That's wonderful, thank you. So rapid climate action, ambitious goals and policies, and that brings me to you with that, having that balance that is needed. Georgia, how do you balance the need for rapid climate action with the demands of local governance and community engagement? Sorry, it's a bit of a...
I think we've talked a bit about the power of citizens' assemblies, and I think the reason we did a climate citizens' assembly was because we're aware that this can be a space that's really contested, and in our assembly we have people who feel like Camden Council persecutes car users, and then people who think we should ban all cars, and every range of opinion in between. And we actually did a lot of work with schools before that, and they presented in to the assembly. And I think it's really important that people have a space to have that real dialogue across difference. In an assembly, people are paid for their time, and so it is, you kind of honour that time, and it means you have a much more diverse group of people than you would otherwise. And then they publicly came to a consensus, which actually was more ambitious than I think we probably would have been on our own, because the evidence was presented to them, and the way that decision is made, I think, is really important. So there's a kind of legitimacy to our climate action plan because it has been written by citizens, and they also set up a climate panel that holds us to account as a council on delivering against those ambitions. And then I think it's just critical that in every way you kind of lead this work, that you do it alongside people and consider what the gains are. So one really good example is just around the corner from here, there was a kind of road that was not used well, just a bit of parking, kind of antisocial behaviour, and that has now been turned into a park, Alfred Place, if anyone wants to go and have a bit of lunch there. And seeing kids find that park, the community find it, the kind of joy that brings, it's a real gain from the change we're making, but it also helps climate resilience, tree planting and so on. So what how do we ensure that things actually change for people and that they are part of the action themselves? And we've set up a number of kind of climate spaces where we're supporting community action, and we have young people who want to run clothes swaps, or people who want to run tree planting programs or set up food co-ops, or things that are practical to lead change in their community. And I think supporting and getting behind that is so important, because often the energy and ideas is there. It just needs backing by councils and by government. But I think we can't hide from the fact that some of this is really hard and really contested, and there is a lot of money going into campaigns to against low traffic neighbourhoods, or ULEZ, or 15-minute cities, and it doesn't help when you have the government kind of trying to turn this into a culture war issue. And so I think it's really important that there is that we take the time to bring people with us, to go deep into communities, to work alongside people, so that we don't let this become a culture war issue, and we hold the community together, because most people really want to take action, but they just need the kind of forums and support.
Wonderful. Shirley, how do you envision leveraging your role as a Deputy Mayor of London to just further accelerate the city's transition to a greener and more sustainable future?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I was appointed by Sadiq as his Deputy Mayor, but, you know, my role really is just to work with people in London. So obviously the boroughs who are you know, the 33 boroughs who are the deliverers, you know, they're closest on the ground. So the sorts of things that we can do in London are really do the sort of convening we talked about, pilot things, set up the London-wide policy that, you know, in consultation with boroughs and others to take that forward. So that's one way. But I guess it's really using the role to advocate what London is doing, you know, and when I say London, I don't just mean by the Mayor of London, but, you know, our businesses, our communities, our local authorities, and really sort of set it out there as, you know, what could be done in the city. So one of the projects that we're working with is Future Neighbourhoods 2030. So actually we've got two, one in Somerstown in Camden working with Georgia, and also one in Nottingdale in Kensington and Chelsea, where really you know, our role is really to say, you know, what do the communities want, and get them to, you know, and it was very much you bid and tell us what you want, but it's you bidding, not the local authority. It's got to come from the community, but obviously you have to work with the local authority because they're going to have to implement many of the things. And we've got these two amazing projects, very different in scope, but it is very much to the conversation we've just been having about you have to engage people and use their inspiration and their ambition to really drive and talk to their peers about this climate action thing is actually a health thing. You know, by looking at reducing car use and promoting walking and cycling, it's about cleaning up the air as well as climate change, but, you know, reducing that impact on our lungs and premature deaths and so on. It helps bring green jobs in. And what are green jobs? They're just jobs that are in these new industries, but they're better, high quality, better paid. So making it real, and I think those are the sorts of things you know, that my role is really about. And then internationally, it's about that race to the top, you know, so that competition. So when Sadiq is in a meeting with C40 mayors, you know, from Milan to Paris to New York to Freetown, you know, they all talk about what they're doing, and then they go back and say, well, why aren't we doing that? You know, why can't we do that better? So it's about making our city the best it can be, really understanding that interconnection between climate, social justice, the nature emergency, air pollution, you know, all of those things are absolutely integrated. But in the end, it's about the quality of people's lives, and that's really my role, is to advocate for that. So in any avenue that we can. So that's why I'm here, for example.
Well, absolutely. Best of luck with that. We are now going to open the floor for questions. Wow, we have five amazing experts on the panel. Too many questions. May I just please ask to keep the questions short and no statements. Thank you. The lady in the middle.
Hi. So, Annabelle, you mentioned how sometimes policymaking is such an exclusive world, especially to young people. So I was wondering if any of you have any advice for someone who wants to start looking at policy. Like, a lot of people say to go talk to the government and mitigate and talk and try to change the world. But how would you go about that? Is there a resource, a website, or something that introduces this policy world and this political world to non-political students or people?
Yeah, I have an initial reflection on that, but if anyone else wants to come in, feel free. I'm not being paid or anything, but you should go to the Future Leaders Network website. It's got some really amazing resources on it, which are basically just connecting young people with one another who want to make change. But also they run training classes for actually how you would physically do that and engage with policymakers, because, I mean, it's a set of skills like any other that you need a space to learn. And yeah, Future Leaders Network has some really amazing resources. I would also just say that it doesn't necessarily matter the kind of space that you're trying to policy make in. So wherever you work, there's an opportunity for climate action, sustainability. And so, you know, whether you work at like a cafe or whether you work at a bank or whatever it is, there's ways to get involved in sustainability. And I think that's becoming more and more true as the years go by, that there's often sustainability teams and things like that to get involved in. So I think start where you can and where you're at, but also try and build those skills, which I know is super annoying because it's another like commitment and something you have to do on the side. But yeah, it's so worth it, I promise.
Anyone
else?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm just going to give a shout out to another organisation called Hope for the Future, which is based in Sheffield but operates across the country. It's actually where I started working in sort of climate and political space. And Hope for the Future are really amazing in that they will work with anybody to essentially help them encourage their elected representatives at local and national level to take action on climate. So really getting into the how do you form an email, how do you present yourself in a meeting, how do you structure the conversation so that it leads to an outcome, and how do you really get involved in that space. So I would definitely say that Hope for the Future are a resource that you should check out.
Yeah, and I'd just say, just have a look at your local authorities or Transport for London or the GLA. You know, they often do sort of apprenticeships or internships or volunteer. You know, many of the the NGOs and organisations. That's really how you get a sense of what you might be interested in, whether it's communications or policy making. It's all part of the same push of trying to change policy and changing the world.
So many fantastic questions here. I'm just reading, and it's just so difficult to choose from. But I'm going to ask you this. I think it's a very good question. I'm keen on knowing the answer from the wonderful panelists here. How do we engage the disengaged members of the community?
I think you start from where people are. So we have a number of missions that we have in Camden, and one of them is around our estates, our council estates. And often when you go in to talk to people, they're just really trying to make ends meet, worried about the cost of living crisis. At the moment, we have so many residents who are struggling to feed their family, and the climate crisis just seems like it's just not the top of their priority. But actually, we can do work together on setting up a food cooperative, or we're setting up kind of sharing spaces on estates, or in our libraries. We have a library of things where you don't have to buy a lawnmower, you can rent one. So how do we make people's lives easier, and how do we bring climate into the things that are important to people, like access to food and saving money at a time when people are facing huge challenges? And what we've seen is through that work, so many more people have kind of become engaged in the climate crisis, but it's not the place that we start with. We start with what's important to people.
Yes, please.
So, I mean, this is not to kind of question the premise of the question, but I don't actually think everyone needs to be engaged to achieve outcomes. Because I think, for instance, if you think about something like electric cars, which is a key part of the solution, what actually changed the dial on that was that Elon Musk, and this is not an endorsement of Elon Musk, came along, and the Tesla became this new cool thing that loads of people wanted. And it didn't really have anything to do with climate for most of those people, I think. It was just that electric vehicles became a cool, better option for them. And I think the more stuff like that we can find, and ways that we can make climate action almost something you don't even realize. So you don't have to be someone who's engaged in climate. It just happens. it's just something you want, is a really important thing. And so as much as possible, if you can achieve that, you can also achieve more and not have to do that really heavy community engagement all the time, which is of course super important, but it's another kind of tool, I think.
I like that. I always say, make climate change sexy.
Yes.
Yeah, can I just make a really quick point of as much as I think that obviously engagement in climate is important, I think it's part of a much broader problem that people feel unengaged in politics more broadly. And I think that's part of the solution, is how do we rebuild democracy so that people feel like their engagement actually matters. And I think that that trickles down to then people being more engaged in climate because they feel like if they are, that has influence. And I would also say that we need to we need to remove the blame from individuals as well, because that's been such a tactic that's been employed by industry for so many years now. You know, the carbon footprint being made by BP, I think, says it all. It's by removing shame, people can feel like they can engage in wider climate solutions without saying, you know, I have to be perfect, or I have to be vegan, or I have to have an electric car. I don't think that we should have the focus be on what an individual can do, because the issue is so much wider.
I was just going to add like two really quick reflections, which is in terms of public engagement, I think that coming from sort of like a bubbly movement sector, I think remove the jargon, because like my mum does not know what net zero is. Like I don't think that like she like has the time to think about that. Like so many people have priorities other than climate and politics that they'd have to like contend with day to day to get by. And so meeting someone where they're at is really, really important. And the second point that I would add is mailbag politics, just to flip the script a little bit, in terms of the disengaged policymakers and politicians in the community. I think that what we need in Parliament, and particularly as we're approaching an election season, is people to be engaged. So write to your MP and put it in their mailbox that this is something that matters to you, whether it's something specific or high level. Use organisations like Hope for the Future to navigate that quite complex and tricky and isolating sort of landscape. And particularly in the general election, make sure that your prospective parliamentary candidates know that you and your local community think that this is something that's important.
Can I, sorry, just to
yes,
add
please.
something. I think one of the key things is making information and data available. So that allows people to understand what the issues are and what their issues are in their local communities, and then allows them to either take action like writing letters or actually mobilising themselves. So, you know, one of the big things we've done in London is Breathe London, which is basically real-time air quality monitors, and now, you know, communities can apply to put them in areas where they think, I think there's an air quality problem here, or I don't know if there is one, and then they realise there is one, and then they mobilise and say, I want a school street, Councillor Gould, and they're doing fantastic work in Camden, but lots of different things, and I think it's that actionable, giving people the ability to understand what the issues are and action them is really important as well.
Thank you. Many questions. The gentleman over here.
Thank you very much. I really enjoying the debate. I have to just confess to something. I just recently completed a master's here at UCL, which I found hugely invigorating, enormously stimulating, and deeply frustrating at the same time. Because I came away from that master's with more questions than answers, and of course that's the nature of education. But my question really here is ambition. That's the word we've used. Radical is the word that gets attached to ambition sometimes. And the thing that worries me, one of the things that worries me, is just how much we are all guilty of using the business as usual model, and how the thinking that we all partake in is supporting a broken capitalist model. We can't have infinite growth on a finite planet. We just can't. So my question is to put that in real, solid, hard context. We're trying to get to net zero. People don't understand what it is. They don't understand the benefits. To go back to one of the earlier speakers who was talking about break it down into simple messaging and benefits. So we've got people living in homes with fuel poverty, and they see, well, they don't see because they don't understand it, but they get stirred by negative stories of the marginal cost of electricity and gas. And the fundamental issue there is government doesn't seem to have ambition. And my question to you is, how can we make government have ambition to translate the market, the broken market model that doesn't allow, on a day when we generate 40% or 50% or 100% of our energy from renewables, which have no marginal cost, and that person, me, you, all of us, are paying a gas price, an electricity price which is pinned on an international price set in Amsterdam from an energy trading body that bears no relationship to the fact that that electricity costs nothing to generate. You know, we don't see that benefit. So how are we going to get to net zero until and unless we think outside that square and challenge government at local, national, and international level to break those kinds of broken models and make them transparent? Nice, easy question.
So, as a Labour politician on the panel, I'd say elect a different government, firstly. That would be a good start. And I think Labour in the manifesto are talking about GB Energy and a mission around clean energy. But I do think that the system we have at the moment is not just failing the planet, it's failing people. You know, I've talked a lot about the kind of levels of inequality we see, the cost of living crisis. And so I absolutely agree, we need to see much more radical and fundamental change, because to get to 2030, we're 6 years away and we're still really far away. So we need to see faster change. And I think that we've got a toolkit. We talked about this is a kind of policy panel, and we've been increasingly in Camden investing in imagination, activism and training. So how do we actually imagine new systems rather than just tweak the ones that we have? And that is a completely different way for us to think as policymakers alongside our communities. And I agree that we need a different way of framing this issue, which doesn't just solve the climate crisis, but solves all the other kind of fundamental inequalities we face alongside it.
Yeah, I'd say similarly that, through C40s and other organisations we've been looking, the whole range of sort of different economic models we look at. But, the fact is we are in an economic model that we're having to work with. And so what we can do as cities, as local leaders, is say, despite the situation we're in, despite the government policy, we can go further and push that ambition. And that's something that happened when, in the States, when Trump pulled out of the Paris Agreement. Lots of other states, cities and others just said, like, we're in, and they just carried on pushing those sort of policies that are really driving, and then with the basis of the sort of policies that Biden's brought in and the Inflation Reduction Act. In the UK, many cities are doing, I talked a little bit about what we're doing in London, going beyond what national building regulations set. There are lots, the ultra-low emission zone going further despite opposition to those policies. You just need those leaders to keep pushing, I think, and then collectively that does start to move the needle. Is it fast enough? Probably not, but we've got to keep that movement going and, look for different leaders and different policies, I think, to keep pushing, but really bringing people along. And I think, all of this, absolutely radical policies, but need to bring people along. If you turn people off, George has just said, if you're talking to people day to day who's saying, I can't afford to heat my home, I can't, we had a fuel poverty seminar at the GLA yesterday talking about how dire it is. We're going to have fuel poverty stats out later this week. I think it's about 13% of households in London face fuel poverty. So we've got to turn it to what can we do to help them in tackling the climate crisis, which is also around energy efficiency programs and raising, trying to get as much benefits, income maximisation and so on as well.
Could I just jump in with a really quick quote, which is also one of my friend Lauren, who's speaking on the next panel, which I hope you all stay around for. It's a joint favourite quote of ours, and it's by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who says that it's the dangerous radicals are those who are developing new fossil fuels. So don't ever let anyone tell you that you're radical for wanting renewables, warm homes, and a livable planet. So I would say that that's the kind of messaging that needs to get across to people. And then in terms of how does government do that, I think that through my lens is through like more of a parliamentary lens, and I think that next week, I've already mentioned this, but the offshore petroleum licensing bill is something that we're going to be working on to amend and vote against, and I would encourage that you all, again, mailbag politics, write to your MP and tell them to do something about it as well, but we're running out of time, so...
Yeah, I just wanted to really quickly mention, I actually am the political lead for the Warm This Winter campaign, which is a group of 55 organisations across the UK, which are fuel poverty, anti-poverty and climate organisations, and it was founded under the acknowledgement that we have a completely broken energy system. And I think 6.5 million households are in fuel poverty right now. 2 million households had to turn off their fridge last year, which doesn't just have implications for food, but also people who had medicines such as insulin. You know, there's a lot of different things that go into it. It is completely broken. I think that I don't see how we get to a different economic system without really investing in international spaces, because I think that the only way to move is collectively. And going institutions like C40, which connect different cities, but also I think with the UN, we haven't really mentioned here, but is a really important space. But the first thing is that we really need to detoxify the degrowth narrative, I think, particularly even with the public, where right now that just seems like a really scary thing.
Well, I'm going to head your question straight on. So in my view, it is absolutely impossible to both go for net zero and to overthrow capitalism at the same time. I don't think that is feasible, because what is really important with this is that we're operating both within a kind of policy sphere, but also a politics sphere, and you've got to marry these things up. And you were talking earlier about the beauty of net zero, which is that it's bringing together people from the Conservative Party, from the Labour Party, from all different sides of politics. You won't do that if we're going for some like really radical, crazy ideas. I do think you need radical policy, but it also needs to be practical. And I think this is why you can instead think about how do you reimagine the planning system to make it much easier to build things in this country, for instance. That's what's holding back at the moment from us having more renewables. And it's identifying those policies. And I think actually the energy market is a really good example of that. And the government has been consulting on the energy market, and I think that there are some really interesting new ideas on that. How do you structure that to make the benefits more tangible to people? And I think that is in that space of radical but practical. So I would recommend that you have a look at that consultation as well.
Thank you. I'm afraid that would be it. We are out of time, unfortunately. What an amazing conversation. Thank you all so much, Councillor Georgia Gould, Deputy Mayor Shirley Rodriguez, Robbie McPherson, Senior Political Advisor, Annabel Rice, Political Advisor, and Ton Longinian, Senior Policy Advisor. Thank you all so much for joining us. Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Yeah. I thought I didn't need to check the mic again. There are many ways to communicate the threats of climate change, but not everyone will listen to the scientists. So the Climate Science Breakthrough team decided to pair world-renowned scientists with famous comedians. And just before COP28 in Dubai, they released this video of Joe Brand translating UCL's very own Professor Mark Maslin. Let's have a look and see what you think.
Hiya. I don't even know what your job title means.
Hi, I'm Mark Maslin, and I'm a Professor of Earth System Science at University College London.
Hi, I'm Joe Brand, comedian, and if people like me have to get involved, you know we're in deep shit.
The climate crisis is progressing much faster than anticipated. Our models projected that we would cross the dangerous 1.5 degree threshold in the 2030s or even the 2040s. But at this rate, we're going to breach it within only a few years.
Translation. We're still going to hell, but we're getting there faster.
We are destabilizing our planet's climate system, which is already leading to an increase in unpredictable weather events. Potentially everyone, everywhere, now faces a direct threat to their way of life.
Your house is on fire, but don't worry, the next flash flood should sort it out.
We are heading for unknown territory if we trigger tipping points, irreversible thresholds which shift our entire ecosystem into a different state.
If you liked Climate Crisis, you're gonna love Climate Complete Fucking Collapse.
The overall consequences are literally inescapable. Crop failures, global food shortages, hundreds of millions of refugees. Our complex societies are at genuine risk of collapse.
I'm sure in a society where people lose their shit if their delivery order's 5 minutes late, we will cope magnificently with global food shortages.
The irony is solar and wind power are now over 10 times cheaper than oil and gas. We can still prevent much of the damage and end up in a better place for everyone.
With wind and sun power, we save money and don't die. It's a pretty strong selling point.
Most people actually are in favour of urgent action. The reason governments are not transitioning fast enough is because the fossil fuel industry has a grip on many politicians. In fact, governments subsidise them with our taxpayers' money over $1 trillion a year, according to the IMF.
We are paying a bunch of rich dudes $1 trillion a year to fuck up our future. I'd do it for that money. When can I start?
We all need to show up now before more irreversible damage is done. Start by speaking up against new oil and gas licensing, which is the last thing we need.
Protesting doesn't work, except for the suffragettes and civil rights and gay rights and the right to weekends, I think. So, let's go, boys and girls. What did you think of my translation?
I thought it was great.
How bad is it really? I mean, you would never tell me this, but are people exaggerating it a bit to make it seem worse than it is?
We don't exaggerate. We don't need to. London, okay? We hit 40 degrees in July. So that heat wave was 16 degrees warmer than it should have been. So I would say most scientists are incredibly concerned, and many of them actually suffer from climate anxiety, just like normal people do.
Okay. How do you think this is all going to end?
Things are moving. I know this sounds very strange when it's all doom and gloom, but the amount of solar and wind is exponential in its growth. The whole economy is changing. China plants more wind turbines than the rest of the world put together. So there's lots of positive things. There's a brilliant book by Simon Sharp who says, we're doing great stuff, but we have to do everything, and I mean everything, 5 times faster.
I've read that. I haven't really.
It's a brilliant piece of communication. It is my pleasure to once again welcome Professor Mark Maslin, one half of the dynamic duo. First of all, many congratulations on this fantastic video. I noticed that you are not wearing the same jacket, but you were told to wear the same outfit.
Yeah, I was told to wear the same outfit, but I thought it would be a bit strange coming straight from the video onto the stage. No, you can do that in Hollywood, but not here. Oh, and by the way, I have to say this is really strange because sort of like we're sitting side by side, a little bit like at home where sort of like I'm just turning on the TV, watching Netflix or some other high-quality subscription channel. So, but we've got hundreds of people watching us and online as well. So, yeah, Shuka, ask a question, quick.
So we're going to jump into the real questions now. Why do you think it is important that scientists get involved in these sorts of projects?
So for me, the important thing is that all of us in this room know about climate change. We all worry about it. It's something that actually fuels perhaps our activism or our business or our academic work. However, when you move outside and talk to normal people, they have such busy lives. They have complicated lives, desperately trying to get their kids to school on time. They're trying to actually sort of like put food on the table. They're trying to actually pay their bills. And then we say, excuse me, I'm really sorry, I'm a scientist. Could you now worry about the end of the world? It doesn't really go down very well. And so therefore, translation, so making it humorous, using somebody that somebody loves like Joe Brand really works to get to an audience that I can never get to. And I think that's really important, and it's really weird. I was on breakfast TV, which is the weirdest thing on the planet, by the way. And sort of like, it was with Richard, and sort of like, I was asked this question, it's like, sort of like, oh, so why did you do this with Joe Brand? I went, because it got me on breakfast TV. I said, you'd never have me on there talking about climate change and things like that. I said, but you've got Joe Brand, and everybody loves Joe Brand, so that's why. And they literally went, oh, yeah. So yeah, that's why I do it.
I know that I should be asking you questions about climate change, but I have a feeling that we've already done that all morning. So I'm going to ask you a more important question, which is, what was it like to work with Jo Brand?
Oh, she's brilliant. I have to say, it was a very odd situation, because you're in this sort of slight TV studio, you're sort of like, I'm looking in that direction, and she's looking in that direction, and we're sort of like having these sideward glances. But we come from a very similar background. We sort of like, we have family that worked in the NHS, she works in the NHS, and we have that sort of like London background. And so we bonded. And as you probably know, the media is very well to do on occasion. So of course, there was us forming this little clique. And you'll see that in the videos, that we actually have a little bit of a bond, and we were making jokes. The problem is that you'll notice that me here is very different to me on the video. Oh, the director, Mark, less emphasis, more boring. It's like, and I literally, about the fifth time, it's like, yes, we are all going to die horribly. It's like, because that's what people think scientists should be like.
Well, as a person in media, I'm not going to comment on that. Moving on to the next question. I noticed that Jo Brand uses swearing for emphasis. So do you think that the climate crisis now is so bad that the scientists should be officially allowed to swear?
Ooh, that's a difficult one. It's interesting because Jo also asked me this, so not as if I prepared this earlier, but
I think things are so serious that scientists should be allowed to swear.
What do you mean, like say?
I mean in public, like when they're giving some sort of like report on the climate.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, the reason being
is
I know you do, and I love it when you do. I think it's really empowering when you do. It's a really interesting game as a scientist. We're taken seriously by the public because we're calm, because we're rational, and we have to pretend to be the scientists that they have in their imagination. So as soon as a scientist starts to be sweary or a bit hysterical or a bit sort of like, end of the earth, etc., they stop taking us seriously. And so we all realise that we have to tone it down. We just have to be, yes, it is really bad, but there are things we can do. Exactly. But you and comedians and people that communicate incredibly well with the public, you can scream and shout and say fuck as much as you like. Please do. Because it is that sort of, I want to tear my hair out. Thank you. And I really do mean that. As scientists, we have that role is to try and communicate evidence, communicate impact, communicate how bad it is. But we're not allowed to get hysterical, even though you know deep inside, whenever you see me on the media, I'm going, ah! Okay, but I'm not allowed to do that because it then loses that. Now, this is why we have this wonderful ecology. You have scientists giving the facts, you have incredible activists basically doing that bit, which raising the emotions of people, etc. You have politicians going, well, okay, we're going to try and fix it. And I love the previous panel. Absolutely brilliant.
Mark, I have another question for you. Apart from publishing a lot of scientific papers, 200 papers, I think, at last count, you also do a lot of science communication from books and articles, but also a lot of media. For instance, David Attenborough's Climate Change, The Fact, the first ever climate change documentary in Farsi.
Oh, I'm sorry, who directed that?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, that was you. Okay, right. Yeah, okay.
So, do you have any advice for younger colleagues wanting to get involved in communicating their science? Because I think we need that, don't you think?
Oh, no, we do. Absolutely. And one of my roles as PVP in UCL is to try to grab those incredible young dynamic academics and make sure that they're engaging so we have a much more diverse sort of set of voices from academia giving that sort of like wisdom to sort of like the media and to the public. But it comes down to a few things. I mean, the first thing I would say always is only do it if you feel you want to. I think this is really important. Don't allow people to force you to do it because remember that isn't necessarily your day job. And trust me, if you're doing media and communication, your university isn't really going to thank you for it because that's not your day job. It's something you do as an extra. So that's the first thing. The second thing I always say is always stick to your expertise. Okay? So if you have a particular field of research, speak to that. Because the public can smell a fraud or when you're sort of like straying into a field you really don't know about. They can feel that. Just stick to that. That also gives you confidence because you understand it. I also think that you need to think about ways of communicating because the media landscape is huge. You can do a 30-second segment on the news, or you can write a wonderful blog or article that actually then goes and gets read by hundreds of thousands of people. So lots of different ecology. And the other thing also is ask advice. For me, one of the most amazing things about being allowed to look after the academics going to COP26 in Glasgow, it's a big push that we had for that, is that UCL beautifully and very kindly sat down with all of us and gave us some media training. And that allowed people, academics that normally would go, ooh, I'm not touching the media, you know, they'd be scary. And they are. But they then realized that actually most of the media just want some answers. They just want a soundbite. They just need something like that. And that training, I always say, you are never too old to learn more and more, particularly when you're engaging with them. And my last one is, if you're doing it as a long-term part of your career, build up those networks, okay? These journalists will be your friends, okay? There are people that are literally going to phone you and go, Mark, I'm desperate, I've got a deadline, just give me a quote, okay? That's what you do, you build up an ecology, okay? They are part of your team and they are going to be your friends for a long time.
And I think it's also important to note all the misinformation and disinformation at the moment on social media. And so in my opinion, we need the scientists to be active on these platforms and just convey the correct facts that people are supposed to know.
Well,
I don't know if you've ever been involved in all these like scary conversations on Instagram, Twitter, and so you always need a scientist to come in and tell them, don't read everything, don't believe everything you read on social media. They're not true.
And the nice thing is that you know that I have. I mean, again, the other piece of advice which you must take away from this is if you're active on social media, and Twitter, now X, is a cesspit, okay? Or if you're on Instagram, or if you're on Facebook, or any of the other social media platforms, or you write an article for The Guardian or something like, do not read the comments. Okay, no, I'm being serious. This is good for your personal health, okay? Because one, most of them will be written by bots. So you're going to get angry at an AI machine that's just insulting you. Two, some of them are just written to try and actually waste your time and get you upset. Now, on most of the social media, there are wonderful things like hide, block, and that's all I spend. I mean, I spend more time hiding and blocking than I do posting. And again, that's important. But I'll go back to what Shuka said. We have to be in that space as activists, as scientists, as concerned citizens, because we cannot allow that space to be taken over by the bots and the fossil fuel lobbyists, okay? So I really passionately believe that, but don't read the comments.
Professor Maslin, thank you. Any last word of advice for our beautiful audience here and those who are with us online?
Advice. The world is getting better. I know that sounds very strange, okay? But one of the things we cannot give into is that view of a catastrophic future, that doomism, okay? So I and many other of my colleagues, like Catherine Hayhoe, sort of like Michael Mann, we're all on social media, and we push back against the deniers, okay? We fight them with the sword of righteousness, but we also push back against the, oh, let's give up, we're doomed, it's all awful. No. We're humanity, okay? We are the most innovative species that's ever existed, okay? We have all the solutions. And I think the biggest problem that I have is we have all those solutions. And also, we're humans. So therefore, unlike, say, a meteorite impact or plate tectonics, we can change our impact. We can reduce it. We can actually repair. If we decide to plant 1 trillion trees, we can plant 1 trillion trees. If we decide to actually suck the CO2 out of the atmosphere, we can. We have $100 trillion that we make every single year in the global economy. If we decide to do that, we can. There is nothing holding us back apart from our political system. And at that point, I probably will now leave.
Thank you, Professor Martin. have to check every time. Apologies for the a little bit of a break every time we need to set the stage for the next panel. What an incredible day it has been so far. And before we dive into our next panel discussion, I'm thrilled to share some exciting news with you all. Louise Harris, one of our esteemed panelists and a passionate climate activist, has recently achieved a remarkable feat. Her latest single, We Tried, written about the climate crisis and what will happen if we don't act, reached number 4 on the big top 40 Christmas countdown on Capitol and Heart Radio. It also charted highly in the Radio 1 Christmas single sales and downloads charts. And the song was publicly supported by Chris Packham, Brian Eno, and Christiana Figueres. This powerful climate anthem has not only topped the charts, but is also making a meaningful impact. Louise has pledged to donate all proceeds from the song to climate causes, further amplifying her dedication to the cause. So, without further ado, let's watch We Tried.
It's changing all the time, and you know it ain't right. Yeah, I know you think twice. And love, it takes you on a ride and leaves you with no respite. Well, I think I've done I don't want to cry. So take me where the bluebirds sing while we lose everything. There's too much poisoning. And fly me where the birds still fly, 'cause smoke fills up our sky, 'cause we ran out of time. Oh well, we tried.
The roads belong to the British people, not a selfish minority.
We are in the fight of our lives, and we are losing.
Global warming, it's a hoax. I mean, it's a money-making industry.
When the wind isn't blowing, the sun isn't shining, how are people to heat their home?
It is morally right to honour our promises.
Well, maybe this was meant to be. Our mother wanted peace, and we were not conceived. Or maybe we were meant to win, but not enough good drowned out the sin. They watched the world cave in, but I can't work out why. So take me where the bluebirds sing while we lose everything. There's too much poisoning. And fly me where the birds still fly, 'cause smoke fills up our sky. 'cause we ran out of time. Oh well, we tried, 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 we tried. Oh well, we tried.
Hello, my name is Louise. I'm 24 years old, and I'm here. I'm here because I don't have a future. Why does it take young people like me up on a fucking gantry on the M25 for you to listen?
And now that we've set the tone, let's delve into our panel discussion. We have a diverse lineup of panelists joining us on the panel. Louise Harris, singer, songwriter, and climate activist. Mary McHarg, UCL student representative at COP28 and Union Affairs Officer at UCL Student Union. Molly Palmer, Climate Reality Chapter, Warwick University Campus School, and last but not least, Lauren MacDonald, Stop Rosebank campaigner. A very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm really excited about this, and I have so many questions to ask you. Louise, I'm going to start with you. Thank you for such an amazing song and video. I sort of try not to listen to it again. I get so emotional every time I watch it and I listen to it. So powerful and so passionate. Thank you. Your activism journey involves both direct action and music. How do you believe art and music can serve as catalysts for climate activism, especially in engaging younger generations?
Yeah, thank you, firstly. I think art, particularly music, they have a unique power for a few reasons. Firstly, art doesn't tell you what to do, tell you what to think, but it does elicit feelings and emotions in you, and it's those emotions that tell you, what matters to you, what you care about, that can inform what you then choose to do about the situation, about the climate crisis. We've had, so many decades of intellectual discussion about, 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees, the science, the statistics, and that doesn't really, or hasn't really moved a mass number of people into action. So I think something that's really unexplored at the moment is the power of music and art to connect us with our feelings and our humanity, really. Also, I think art and music unite people. Even with We Tried, when I released it, so many people volunteered to help me behind the scenes. You had notable people sharing it, and just so many people uniting around that universal message, because everybody does care about it. And I think that uniting is so important. I think if we look at all the crises in the world, all the dysfunction, I think it's all the product of disconnection and this illusion of we're all separate individuals scared, when actually we're all connected to each other, to nature. And I think art and music, they do unite us in that way, and we have power in numbers as a collective. And also, it's culture. If you can get a song to #1, it will be all over the radio. That, really breaks into mainstream media and consciousness. If someone like Taylor Swift started releasing songs about the climate, it might be fucking solved overnight, do you know what I mean? Because people realise that, oh, this affects me and my family, this matters. And, realise that we have the power. I think the climate crisis, it's pretty clear to see it's caused by a few handfuls of people, really, who are so disconnected from us, from themselves, from their true nature, and we outnumber those people 8 billion times over because we can still feel what love is, and that's what drives us.
Absolutely. It's all about that interconnectedness and the realization that we are all the same, we're all connected. And if we want to call it this climate crisis a burden, it's a burden for all of us. So we are in it together. And I think that gives me some comfort to know that I'm not alone in this. Wonderful. Lauren, the Rosebank campaign, Stop Rosebank, has gained significant attention in the fight against new oil and gas fields. Can you elaborate to the key objectives of this campaign and its potential impact on the transition to renewable energy?
Of course. Thank you again for having me. And thank you all so much for listening today. It's a very beautiful day to share our love for the planet. So for those of you who don't know, I'm Lauren. I'm part of the Stop Rosebank campaign. Rosebank is the biggest undeveloped oil and gas field in the UK. If the oil and gas in this field were to be burned, it would create more CO2 emissions than 28 entire countries produce in a year combined. So that's more CO2 from this one field in the UK than 700 million people in the global south produce in a year. Unfortunately, the UK government made the incredibly dangerous decision in September 2023, so just a few months ago, to approve the field for development. Rosebank is owned by Equinor, a Norwegian state-owned oil and gas company. And just because the UK government, as was mentioned on the previous panel, is really committed to drawing every last drop of oil out of the North Sea, that doesn't mean that we are going to let them. And I want to come to you today with a message of hope, of love, not of despair, because I'm very blessed to be able to tell you that we actually have proof that we can win this. So despite the fact that Rosebank has been approved, we have a very targeted strategy that I hope I can tell you about how we're going to fight it, and I really hope that you will join us. So when I say I know that we can win, that's because in 2021, thousands of us across the UK united behind the campaign to stop the Cambo oil field. So for those of you who don't know, again, Cambo is another proposed offshore oil development, 170 million barrels of oil, which we ran a campaign against, the Stop Cambo campaign, around the time of when COP26, the UN Climate Summit, was in Glasgow, my hometown. And throughout the few months around that conference, we built this escalating, targeted campaign against Shell, its owner, and the UK government. And eventually, in December 2021, Shell pulled out of the field. The Cambo oil field was put on hold. And over 2 years later, 170 million barrels of oil remain in the ground because of the climate justice movement in the UK. Yes. And every time people applaud, and it's so beautiful because it is something for us all to rejoice in together, because it was something that so many people worked together towards. And we plan to do the same with the Rosebank oil field. So as I said, the UK government approved it. We're going to be targeting the UK government. In fact, we're going to be taking the UK government to court over this decision. See you in court, Rishi. We're also going to be targeting the Norwegian government. As I said, Equinor is owned by the Norwegian state, and because of that we will also continue to target Equinor. And the minority investor of the field, Equinor owns 80% of Rosebank, 20% is owned by Ithaca Energy, which is a company which is, the parent company is the Delek Group, which some of you might have heard of because they are actually tied to Israeli settlements in Palestine. So there's a lot to fight here against Equinor, against Ithaca, against the UK government, against all of these horrific decisions that are being taken against our planet. But I really do believe that together we will stop this. So I hope that you will believe me too and join us.
Thank you, Lauren. Mary, as a climate activist and sabbatical officer at UCL, I know that you've been to COP28 and that was your first experience, am I correct?
Yeah, it's the first COP I've been to. But,
oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. So what initiatives or projects are you most excited about leading within the university community and, of course, particularly in the light of COP28 outcomes?
Yeah, so there's quite a few, actually, that we're working on here. So, again, I'm a sabbatical officer at UCL, so this is very much home turf for me. I'm comfortable in Logan Hall. And there's lots of different things that both the union and the university are working on, lots of them jointly, which I'm really, really happy about. I think, especially in the sustainability space, it doesn't make sense at all for student groups, student unions and universities to be working at odds or not working together, getting on the same page and working in unison to make sure that sustainability strategies across both organisations are aligned, and also so that they can target as many students as possible in their various campaigns is really important. Some stuff at UCL that I'm really excited is happening and working on. So first of all, we've got a kind of climate sustainability leaders program that we're developing with UCL, which is really, really exciting. It's launching this year, pretty imminently in a couple months. And this is basically a kind of training program is a wrong term, but kind of like an in-depth crash course over a couple months for students to kind of learn about climate policy, learn about influencing at different levels, whether that's within the university, within local government, within national government, learn about what's happening in climate activism spaces and how they can get involved over a couple months, ending in a big conference for all the different climate activists across UCL to kind of network, get to know each other and organise, which is really, really exciting. I get to kind of help with the development of that directly, which is amazing. And we're also, as part of a student policy that came through the student union last year, working on revamping the sustainability training that goes out to students at UCL. So currently it's a little bit out of date, and it's not a mandatory thing for students to do. It's like a kind of optional extra. And what we're wanting to do in revamping it is making it like current, making the information as up to date as possible, making it suitable for students specifically at this university. In my mind, hopefully giving it a bit more of a global spin. So here at UCL, we're a university of about 50,000 students, so we're the biggest in the UK, and about half of those are international students. And one thing that I really learned from COP going there was that so much of the fight for climate justice and climate activism is done in the Global South by incredibly inspiring young activists. And you don't get to see much of that work here, and we don't platform much of that work here, even though we are a global university. So as part of the training, I'd love to make sure that we're kind of centering some of our students and our student activists and showing the different opportunities that students can get into while they're a student here. Yeah, those are a couple of the big things I'm currently working on. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Best of luck.
Thanks.
That's really exciting. Molly, you're the Vice President of the University of Warwick Climate Reality Campus School. I think you might need to explain that a little bit to our audience. We've got our Climate Reality Campus School mostly in the US, but it's amazing to know that we now have it at University of Warwick as well. You've been actively involved in coordinating various campaigns and events. What have been some of the most impactful initiatives that you've undertaken?
So, first of all, by Climate Reality Campus Corps, that basically means like a campus society or like a club. So that gives students the opportunity to sort of like join and get involved with campaigns and things like that. And a lot of the things that we do can be split into two categories. One that's more sort of like active things, such as we ran a on-campus Stop Rosebank initiative, but rather than sort of protesting against anything, the idea was to inform students about what was going on, because obviously these things don't often make it into mainstream media, and tell them how they could get involved, and that if they were worried about getting involved in activism, that isn't the only way that they can help out. And so we also got involved in the Plant-Based Universities campaign. I don't know if anyone's heard of that, but that is an initiative to get university student unions to 100% plant-based foods. So after 3 years of trying to get that through the student union as a policy, we finally managed to do that this year. And then we also run things to just sort of unite communities. So we run green tea talks, which are an opportunity for students to discuss maybe things that they're worried about in terms of like climate things, or to discuss certain topics and see what people think about those. We run things, something called Disco Chili, which is where we promote the use of leftover food and we donate the money to the homeless shelter. We also have started running the sports competition, which was founded by Ollie, who's sat in the crowd. And this has been expanded to other societies this year as well. And this is an initiative to try and get the student body more engaged with sustainability by using sort of reusable things and taking public transport, using more plant-based meals, things like that.
That's fantastic. What's the reaction from the students? Do you get a lot of students wanting to be involved in these campaigns?
So the Rosebank initiative that we did was really, really good. We had a stall on campus where we gave out roses. So the idea was that people came and spoke to us about Rosebank, got a rose in return, and because it was something that you don't usually see on campus, it sort of triggered people asking, oh, where did you get that rose from? And we got messages, either personally or through the society page, people being like, I heard about your initiative, this is really cool, like, how can I get involved? We did it on Halloween, so people even went clubbing with their roses as part of their costume. And we got, like, selfies from nightclubs, smoking areas, being like, I'm telling people about Rosebank. So that was really cool. And so the response from that was really positive. On the other hand, the Plant-Based Universities campaign received massive backlash, and the guy that led that initiative was invited onto the Jeremy Kyle show, onto LBC News, was featured in the Daily Star, and organisations such as, I think it's the Countryside Alliance, are trying to rally students to campaign against that and campaign against us. So that's not good. So it's like a mixed reception.
Too many campaigns.
Yeah.
Louise, could you share some insights into the challenges you faced during your involvement in civil resistance? I mean, some of these experiences are quite tough and difficult. How that shaped your approach to climate activism?
Sure.
Sorry, I'm just checking to see if your mic is working.
Is it not on?
Can we hear Louise well? Okay, perfect. Because from here I don't. Yeah, okay. Wonderful. Just double checking.
Yeah, I have experienced a lot through civil resistance, particularly with Just Stop Oil. Taking direct action is very nerve-wracking. I've been to court multiple times. I was remanded to prison for 8 days. I was like demonized in the media, and yeah, a lot of that was new, and I feel like it would have been really challenging, all of those experiences, if I didn't have community. And that is the thing that I think is so vital in this fight, is that you are part of a community who are just there to support you and accept you and just fight with you, basically. Another challenge I think a lot of activists in civil resistance face is burnout, because it's really emotionally draining. So just one thing that's helped me with that is this brilliant activist, Joanna Macy. She has a kind of her own framework, and you know, in her eyes, there's kind of multiple ways of being an activist. Direct action is part of that, stopping the harm, but also creating alternative ways of living, basically being the change. You know, that might be like a vegan business or something. And then also the third one, which I think is probably like the most crucial, not just in terms of tackling the climate crisis, but all crises, you know, like the AI crisis, nuclear warfare, the next pandemic, all of that. It's like, what is the root cause of all this? And you know, in her eyes and in my eyes, it's disconnection, it's forgetting who we really are. You know, we're just so completely disconnected from nature. We think it's completely separate from us. We see other people as separate individuals when, you know, we're all just energy, we're all just consciousness, and we're all the same. You know, we all want the same things. We all, you know, we all can feel love. And I think a new way that I approach activism now is trying to come from that place of love rather than fear, because I think violence breeds more violence and fear just breeds more fear. So coming from this place of kind of grounding myself in gratitude, honouring the pain, actually feeling the feelings, but using that to like go forward through new eyes. And just one final thing that I found really challenging as well was actually maintaining connections with people who weren't in civil resistance, because I felt like a responsibility, like a pressure to kind of convert people and, you know, what are you doing? Like, why aren't you doing something? And my new approach is like actually just listening, like seeking to understand different viewpoints and connect with people, build bridges between the left and the right, the climate deniers, the climate activists. I think that's the solution. The solution is community, conversation, connection, because the root cause is just disconnection, it's dysfunction, and it's this hyper-individualism.
I mean, I'm loving this fascinating approaches and campaigns here from different perspectives. This is so wonderful. Lauren, as a climate justice campaigner as well, what strategies do you believe are most effective in mobilizing communities and stakeholders, very important, to advocate for a just transition to renewable energy? We did briefly talk about climate justice inequalities. I think it's a very important issue and it's worth mentioning it here again.
So I think it's really spot on that you point out like what's really interesting is like a variety of different approaches, and probably on all of the panels today, like something that makes it interesting for people to listen to is having all of these different perspectives. And that's something that's really crucial to the Stop Rosebank campaign. So we are a coalition of over 200 organisations, grassroots groups, and hundreds of thousands of individuals across the country taking action in a myriad of ways, or what we would call a diversity of tactics. So that's really crucial to our success, having space for a variety of approaches. And you mentioned, you know, in the university, some people might associate the word activism with like something that's scary or something that they're not comfortable with doing. But I think what's really important is that we actually build a movement that is accessible to everyone, and that taking action and campaigning doesn't look any one way. So to demystify it a little bit, that it might mean, you know, emailing your MP, and not even just emailing your MP, but actually creating relationships with your representatives, going to their sort of office hours and talking to them about campaigns that you care about, asking them, will you take action on this? And that's something that many people in the Stop Rosebank campaign have been doing, to the point where Rosebank has been raised, I think it's 59 times in the UK Parliament. There have been many written questions, oral questions, you know, even a special debate on Rosebank in the UK Parliament, because people like you, and you know, maybe even including you, have been engaging with your representatives. On the other hand, you have people like me who are happy to, you know, talk to the media, talk to rooms of people about what we're doing, get people on board, run welcome calls, for example. So that's which you're all invited to, by the way. We run a welcome call every second Wednesday evening at 6 p.m. You need spokespeople who are willing to tell people about the campaign, tell people about what you can do to get involved, talk to the media, talk to the broader public about what we can do. You also need people who are willing to take to the streets. So here in London, the heart of power in the UK, we have the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero in the Westminster area, which is the government department that approved Rosebank. We have Equinor's offices, we have Ithaca's offices, we have plenty of spaces where you can take up a public stall and hand out your roses and ask people to sign your petitions and do all of these things. So unfortunately, it's not simple that the answer is there are so many different approaches, But the answer really is that it needs to be all of those. So firstly, it's about building a broad base of support and a diversity of tactics. But secondly, and there is only two, so I won't go on for too long, alongside that, what's really important to me is that the pressure is put directly on our targets. So I mentioned, we have the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero here in the UK. That's one of our targets. And all of our actions that we take, for us, it needs to have a very clear link to the power, because what we are trying to do is influence power. So I mentioned we're taking the UK government to court, for example, as a campaign. That's something that we're doing that has a very clear link to putting pressure on the government. We will be in the Court of Session in Edinburgh later this year, if our case is approved, which obviously if it's not would be pretty ridiculous. Also putting pressure directly on Equinor in Norway, an action that you could take, if you would be willing to take one action after listening to me speak. If you go to stoprosebank.org.uk, we have a petition to the Norwegian government that has over 70,000 signatures. We're aiming to get to 100,000 signatures, and then we are going to take that petition and we're going to hand it in straight at the Norwegian embassy in London. Last week, for example, myself and my comrade in the front row were outside the Norwegian embassy when Equinor, the company behind Rosebank, had posted its profits over the past year, which, by the way, are £29 billion. So it's drawing attention to things like that. We were outside the Norwegian embassy making that link with 29 billion, with all 9 zeros, in the form of placards right outside the Norwegian embassy. And then none other than the Norwegian ambassador to the UK gets out of his fancy car and is walking into the embassy. And I was able to say to him, 70,000 people have signed a petition to the Norwegian government. Can we please talk to you about this? So it's about building that broad-based support. I wouldn't be able to say 70,000 people have signed this petition. Without that, it doesn't have as much weight. So it's about getting that broad-based support and bringing it right to people in power whenever we can.
Thank you, Lauren. Just in time, because my next question is from you, Mary. Going back to the universities and the campaign with the students, how do you think universities like UCL can contribute to driving systemic change towards sustainability and climate resilience, both within academic research and campus operations?
I will try my best to follow up that excellent answer previously. They can do so much. I mean, if we're talking about just UCL alone, we are the largest campus university in the UK. We are a research powerhouse in anything you can think of, including all of the fields that relate to climate change. We have a massive campus that doesn't just span Bloomsbury, it spans the entirety of London. We have a new campus in UCL East in Stratford. We have a base in Canary Wharf. We can do so much as an institution, as a university, not only to show other institutions that they can do this too, but to set an example, basically, that we can do better. And I'm trying to push in different parts of the university to make that happen. So, for example, in terms of research, making sure that we are highlighting and publicly platforming all the incredible research and researchers who are doing the world-leading work in terms of solving the climate change, making sure that we continue to send them to things like COP. COP is the biggest forum for climate change in the world. We're going to have to continue sending researchers there. We should also continue sending students there. I'm the first student that UCL's ever sent to COP. I think that's a bit unacceptable, considering how long COP's been going on. We need to make sure that in those forums, we're not only sending our best researchers, but our best young student voices to ensure that youth and student-led kind of arguments are being made. Because, to be frank, not to go on about COP a bit before I go back to the university and what it can do, in forums like COP, youth and young voices are, for the most part, not necessarily taken as seriously as I would like. We have Youngo. If you're not a part of it and you're a young person, you should look it up. They're great. They're the youth representative body of the UN that go and present things like the Youth Global Statement to COP, very important organisation. And they're taken seriously for the most part, but COP is still overshadowed by large private companies that say they're doing all these wonderful things, but really they aren't. You can only nod and smile so much as the head of sustainability at Amazon talks about all the amazing things they're doing while letting a student talk on the main stage in front of all the world leaders for barely 2 minutes. So it's, yeah, ensuring and platforming both our researchers and our young people in terms of like structurally at the university. We need to make sure that, especially in like UCL, which is super old, lots of really old buildings, the Portico, lovely picture there, making sure that our estate and our systems are being upgraded so that they run sustainably. These old buildings don't necessarily have the best heating or water solutions in mind, considering they were built around the Victorian time or something. So ensuring that the estate is well looked after and running it sustainably, making sure that finances are being handled sustainably. I am really lucky as a student rep here, I get to sit on UCL's Finance and Investment Committee, ensuring that they have sustainability at the forefront of their mind whenever they are considering investment opportunities is so important. I'm really proud that since I've been sitting on investment committee, that's been a massive priority for them, and I am making sure they stay on their toes whenever papers come in. Yeah, there's so much that can be done, and it's important that it needs to be broadcast loud. It's well and good if the university, pledges to make all of its new builds like carbon neutral, and pledges to ensure that all of its current estate is upgraded to better infrastructure in the next 10, 15 years. That's good. You need to say that loud so that the other universities and other institutions in the sector can go, oh look, our competitor, it's doing something pro-sustainable, pro-biodiversity. It's encouraging these good initiatives. We must do the same. So yeah, I think UCL in particular, we're a massive name, massive research institution. We have a responsibility to lead the charge. If not lead, then at least be part of the charge forward.
That's wonderful. Molly, my question for you is similar but somewhat different. How do you envision the role of universities in fostering a culture of environmental responsibility as well as activism among students, faculty, and even staff?
So in terms of, I'll start with student activism because that's what one big controversial thing that happened at Warwick that I don't know if you guys are aware of, but in 2016, the University of Warwick houses the only BP archives. So this is a physical record of things and projects and things that BP have been involved with. And in 2016, Fossil Free Warwick, so another Warwick society, campaigned for the BP archives to be accessible to students if they were going to be on campus. And the scandal was that a private surveillance company videoed students not only on campus, but going down to their personal homes, and not only kept records of these, but sold them to the university, and the university kept these and made lists of these students. Oh my God. And so I obviously think it's an imperative that universities protect students getting involved in these things, but they're doing the complete opposite. And there's a big campaigns about demilitarizing Warwick at the moment because Warwick have huge ties with Rolls-Royce, BAE Systems, Moog, and the university doing the exact same thing, keeping records, photographic records of students involved in various activism projects and things like that. And it's unacceptable. Yeah. And then in terms of sort of sustainability on campus, I'd like to echo what you said about university research. Warwick houses the UK's leading crop research centre, and yet when we proposed the plant-based universities campaign, all the years that it's been proposed, it was completely rejected, and there was a lot of aversion to it, despite the fact that there is leading research at Warwick that shows that plant-based diets will be beneficial to the climate. And not only this, there's like renowned research going on about GMOs, especially about beans that can be grown in the UK, and they're being sold to local shops, but they're not being sold on campus and implemented into campus food systems. And so there is this complete disconnect between the university putting millions and millions of pounds into this research for what? And they're not implementing it, they're not highlighting its significance, they're not boasting about the fact that they're doing this research. So the question is to be asked why, and why are they hiding it away, and why are they trying to squash these things?
Do you have the answer to that?
I don't. I would love to find out. I'm currently trying to work more with the Students' Union and therefore the university to try and rebuild these relationships. You said about joining like the university, the SU student groups. That's completely not a thing at Warwick. Not only are student groups disconnected, but the Students' Union have a different sustainability team to the university. When you ask the university sustainability team about their waste, they have no idea where that waste is going. They have no idea what happens to their recycling. We said to them, oh, did you know that your recycling isn't actually being recycled, it's being put into the general waste? Oh no, we didn't know that. We asked for food bins in an accommodation block. Oh, they're already there. They're not. There's this complete lack of like any sense of urgency, any sense of want to do anything that's really, really frustrating. I feel like I haven't really answered your question well. It's a very frustrating situation.
We're trying to change that through all these amazing campaigns that you're doing, so that's wonderful, and I think that's the way to go. We can only just carry on and not give up and not give in. I think that's the key here. Wonderful. Do we have time for more questions? Perfect, wonderful. Just making sure that I'm mindful of time. Louise, we talked about activism, so I'm going to bring that to you as well, to just some advice for those individuals who want to engage in the climate activism, but of course, as we mentioned here, Lauren and Molly did, they may feel a little bit overwhelmed or unsure of where to start and what to do. Any advice?
Yeah. Firstly, I just like to validate that reaction of like overwhelm at the situation. Like that's a completely normal and sane reaction to the climate crisis. It is really overwhelming at first, and especially if you're hoping to kind of tackle it alone. So,
sorry, I think you need the mic. Apologies for that.
It's okay. Yeah, so I think if you're tackling it alone, then it is really overwhelming. So my first point of advice would be to find your community. So if you like the look or the sound of any specific climate action group, whatever it may be, go along to a welcome talk, go along to a social event, to a training, and see if it fits. If not, try another one. And yeah, also remembering that activism doesn't mean you have to be getting arrested and going to prison. Some people are willing to do that. Some people that's, not what they want to do, and that's fine. And you can, take action which is not leading to arrest. You can volunteer behind the scenes. You can ring people up. You can leaflet. You can use your special skill set in, whatever that may be. Donating as well. Like all of these groups need money. And I think something that's so crucial as well when you're trying to face something so huge as the climate crisis is, to remember that you are part of a collective, you are part of a community, and to really prioritize your own well-being and resilience as well. Like specific things that have helped me, I mentioned before, but Joanna Macy, the work that reconnects, she has a book called Active Hope, There's another book, The Future We Choose by Christiana Figueres, that's talking about like a stubborn, optimistic mindset when facing the climate crisis. And, you know, I think something that's really helped me as well is actually just connecting with myself. Like, it sounds cheesy or hippie or whatever, but connecting with like my heart, what I actually feel, what matters to me, and you know, doing things that are in alignment, that bring me joy, that bring me peace, that bring me love. Because when we all do that, you know, it's raising the level of consciousness of the entire world. Like, we spread love by acting in love, out of love, rather than fear, rather than despair. And that can be anything. That can be like meditating, dancing, whatever. So really kind of remembering that, you know, you are a human being. You're not just like a tool to be used by a movement, you know, as a means to an end. So, yeah.
Thank you. And a very important point you mentioned there. It's very important to first love ourselves, look after ourselves, especially. I know activism could be quite draining, so you definitely need that. And looking after yourself in order to be able to look after the planet and the future of the planet for everyone is also equally important. Lauren, I've got a similar question for you as well. I think it's important for everyone to know and be aware of the influence that grassroots activism play in government policy and industry practices. Very important. What can you tell us about it?
Do I need the mic? I think I can hear it.
I think I can.
This is good? Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for checking.
No problem. Grassroots activism is absolutely crucial in driving change. And I want the people listening today to leave feeling like your efforts are valuable. I think in the time that we are in right now, there are so many things that are pointing to despair. You know, we recently had the news that for the first time over the past year, we've surpassed 1.5 degrees of global heating for an entire year. We have bombs falling on Palestine every day. We have oil and gas companies making billions upon billions upon billions of pounds in profit in the space of a year. We have a government that is hell-bent on driving every last drop of oil out of the ground. So there's no wonder why we kind of question our agency and our ability to enact change. But we have a choice in this kind of crossroads of where we're at with, you know, the government approving Rosebank, with the warnings in terms of the climate crisis and everything else that's going on. And that choice is whether we fall into despair or whether we find the strength from somewhere as a community to carry on. So I want to actually ask the question to you, like, will you find the strength to carry on? Please. I think in order to do that, we need to believe in ourselves. And I hope that I've kind of outlined some very concrete proof that grassroots communities do enact change. You know, we stopped the Campbell oil field in 2021. We have hundreds of thousands of people, literally hundreds of thousands of people across the UK taking action to support a better world. And when I was kind of reflecting today, you know, obviously it's Valentine's Day, I was kind of reflecting like on what love is in this day and age. And to me, what love is every single person that I've ever met that has the bravery to continue trying to enact a better world, despite the fact that everything is pointing in the wrong direction. And there is so much bravery in that. And for me, it's a daily practice. You know, I get out of bed and I try and put on a part of my brain that tells me that together we're going to be able to move forward. But and however hard that is for you, there are hundreds of thousands of people in the UK and millions across the world that are doing the same. And when you actually take that fact and you know that it is true, you know that there must be power in grassroots communities. If you look back a few years, how many people were talking about climate change, where we were at in the dialogue, the urgency has progressed, but so has the movement against it. And we need to look to examples of these wins and get involved in campaigns that are kind of directly putting pressure on who's in power and having success in that. And there is so much power in that, so please do not give up.
Yes. And now it's time for our questions from the audience here and of course online. Do we have microphones? And gentleman over there. Yes, thank you.
In the media, we see a large emphasis placed on how younger activists are spearheading climate change activism. Do you think that is the reality, and are you optimistic for the future of the climate movement?
Who wants to take that?
I actually couldn't hear the first part of the question. If you could repeat.
Just in general, you see in the media there's a lot of younger people who are kind of spearheading the climate change activism. Do you really see that as the reality, or do you think that it's not really that many younger people, and are you optimistic for the future?
Happy to.
You can all answer the question if you have comments.
I'm good, I think. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Even louder. Perfect.
Oh, the red one? Oh, shoot.
Okay, now even louder. So, definitely there are spokespeople who are young in the climate movement, particularly in the UK. A lot of the time, a lot of pressure is put on the youth, I guess, as being like at the forefront of the climate movement. And there's kind of two sides, because of course the youth are the ones who are at least one group who is going to be most affected by climate collapse. Being younger, having more of our lives sort of ahead of us, it's easier for older generations to kind of emotionally connect with what we're going through, because they can see loss through the eyes of young people. But also, in my experience of actually being in the climate movement for a number of years and meeting all of these people that give me so much hope, I have met people of all ages, and I often like to talk about a group that really, really inspires me that's taking action to stop Rosebank in Dundee. They are a group of older women who do these actions called knit-ins at the North Sea Transition Authority in Aberdeen, which is the oil and gas regulator that the government needs to get approval from to approve new oil and gas projects. Anyway, this group of older women often go and they take their knitting needles and they sit in the lobby of the North Sea Transition Authority with their Stop Rosebank placards. And people love seeing that. And I think it's so beautiful to have these range of ages. And often it's seen as like a burden of the youth. We're the ones that are going to have to live through the most of this, so it's our problem. But when we see people that are older than us and, this wide range of people taking action, that actually gives me a lot more hope than just seeing all this pressure put on young people. And that's what true stewardship means to me. I don't know about you, but I'm not just taking action because I don't want to suffer in the future. I'm taking action because of this grounded space that you speak of feeling connected to all life. And when you see people who are older taking action, I think it also evokes this knowing that those are people who are actually taking action out of a grounded place of feeling a sort of stewardship over younger people, and I think that's really beautiful as well. So I would say the climate movement should be spearheaded by people of all ages.
Yeah, just to briefly second that, to be honest, my experience in Just Stop Oil, there's people of all ages. I guess there's a lot of students and a lot of retired people. I guess because maybe they just have more opportunity, more time, and less responsibilities in their day-to-day lives. That's why they feel more able to get involved. But yeah, I do think there is a lot of young presence in the climate movement, in strategizing, in mobilizing, and yeah, on the front lines of action as well. So yeah, I think it's pretty diverse in terms of age, I would say. Yeah.
So I would just like to start by saying that this question was poised by the group of first years in Climate Reality Warwick, who are absolutely fantastic and are doing fantastic things to spearhead zero waste at Warwick University. And I'd also like to say that I think that there are a lot of young individuals that do fantastic things for the climate movement. But I would say in terms of like a student body, there needs to be more mobilization. I don't want to say young people do better, because I absolutely do not think that that's the problem. The issue is, first of all, with activism and protests and things, there's so much on the news, and when you go to protests and things like that, about the bad repercussions you will face if you go to protests, and especially on like amongst students who are from working class backgrounds, getting involved in that activism often feels like you're directly preventing yourself from excelling in a career. And so I know especially my parents weren't that particularly keen on me getting involved in stuff because they were so scared of me getting put on a list or something. And also, it's important to remember that students have been really hard hit by a cost of living crisis and by the mental health crisis. And so they receive like very little resources to help deal with this. And so often students don't have the capacity to help out with these sorts of things. And then like lots of young people, especially with sort of the cost of tuition fees and things like that. Sorry, I'm speaking from a very like student perspective, but I know lots of students that would love to get involved in climate action, but have to work part-time jobs or things like that alongside their studies, so just don't have the capacity to do that. And so, yeah, I think that although maybe young people like need to get involved more, there's things that are in place and barriers that are stopping them do so, and whether that's intentional or not, who knows?
You took my accessibility point. I can't believe this. Yeah, I echo entirely the accessibility point, cost of living. It affects all of us across the country, it turns out. But I will, like, as one final point to end, you mentioned specifically about kind of seeing in the media, it's usually young people and students that often get highlighted in like protests, especially around climate action. And I think among certain media spheres, there is a tendency to try and belittle young climate activists, even though the climate action is an incredibly diverse, it's incredibly diverse. Like, I mean, going to COP and seeing all the various people across different industries, NGOs, charities that work on it, it's not just young people, it's never just been young people. But there is a tendency to kind of belittle young people because we, you know, as students or as teenagers, you know, we aren't yet fully like grown. We haven't learnt everything yet. We're doing this because we aren't fully informed. And that's something that we need to squash whenever that pops up. Because, to be frank, we, as I'm sure you've all heard, are not, we're not dumb. We know what we're doing. There is a tendency to think of young people as these leaders of tomorrow. We need to squash that. We're leaders right now. We're leading stuff right now. Like, so yeah, just being aware and being media savvy. So when you're seeing something about climate action being taken and they're focusing particularly on the young student that's leading it and how foolish they must be, think about that message. Think about what they're trying to convince you to think about us as young people, because we're young people, we're adults. We know what we're doing.
Wonderful. I have one interesting question here from one of our online attendees. As activists, so it's to all of you, do you engage by joining political parties such as Green Party to offer more radical solutions, or do you see them as not workable in system? So it's to all of you.
Can I go first?
Please.
Okay. Politics in this country. Woo! So I'm from Brighton, which I think gives me a unique perspective. Green seat. Yeah, so, but obviously I now live in London and I work in Keir Starmer's constituency and I live in Corbyn's constituency. So I've got a real interesting mix of things. At least for me, personally, the work I do, we are in this political system, we have the parties that we have. We've got to work with the system, or at least as much as possible to create change. So a lot of the work I do right now is in kind of helping influence student policy and sustainability policy through various routes, whether that's the NUS. If you're a student in the room, get involved in your student union and get involved in NUS. Those are two really great ways to get involved in actually influencing policy on a national level. And I'm also involved in the RGSU, so that's the Russell Group Students' Union, unions group, that kind of focuses more on specific policy around big research-intensive institutions that tend to have more postgraduate students, more part-time students, more researchers. And so a lot of the stuff we do tends to be in the kind of student welfare space, but more and more these days, student welfare has to do with the climate and sustainability and ensuring that students feel like they have a worthwhile education that reflects the world they're going into and that prepares them for the world they're going into. So, I mean, it's been mentioned before about engaging with your MPs, engaging with, writing to them about issues that are important to you, and you should continue to do that. Do any of the current political parties have enough radical policies around the climate in them? I think you guys can answer that question. The answer is no, not in my mind. But yeah, that doesn't mean we shouldn't stop fighting and pushing them in all of the avenues that we currently have. Change doesn't happen if you sit still. Change can be slow, especially on a national level, especially when you've had the Tories in government for how many years? But it can happen if you push. Yeah, use your channels that you have.
We've almost run out of time, but I do want you to give your comments very short if possible. Thank you.
So two really quick points. One, echo what you're saying about, I wasn't sure whether, Warwick have, now correct me if I'm wrong, but as far as I believe, Warwick have the biggest Labour society and the biggest Conservative society, very political university, and I didn't really want to get involved in either of them, and then two friends of mine were like, but how can you expect change to happen if you don't ask for the change to happen? And I thought that was a really good point. And I'm really lucky that the MP in my constituency is Zara Sultana. If you don't know who that is, find out who that is. She's amazing. She's pushed for loads of green policies, including the Green New Deal. Yeah, and so that's what I'd say is, although it might be like these people are not doing good enough and actions that they're doing and things that they're saying might be really disheartening, you will get your voice heard eventually, and it's important to keep pushing and pushing and pushing and keep emailing MPs and showing that you're not going away, because it's them that are going to be able to amplify your voices in Parliament and in policy and things like that.
Thank you. From my perspective, I think it's about trying everything. So, you know, there is conversation within the activist community about, can activists create their own political party? Can we, you know, have conversations with the Green Party or whoever? But I think if we look at how urgent the climate crisis is, how little time we have, and if we look at kind of history, what has created social change, radical social change, the quickest, really, the most rapidly, that has been kind of mass protest movements and civil resistance. So I think, you know, it's not just about reforming really anymore, it's about revolution really, and regardless of what party is in power, you know, a lot of them just go back on what they say, so we need to keep the pressure, and it is ordinary people that have the power. You know, we outnumber the supposed people in power, as I said before, 8 billion times over. So it's about keeping the pressure on those people and making sure they stick to their promises, and change what they're doing if they're literally actively causing harm, which they are.
I'll keep it to a very simple tip
or request. Engaging with your representatives is a very strategic action to take. So you might think, my MP is not going to listen to me, but your MPs work for you. They are completely obliged to respond to the concerns of their constituents. In fact, it's in their best interests to engage with their politically engaged constituents, because we vote our representatives into power. It is completely in the interests of MPs and within their remit to engage with their constituents on issues. Over 5,000 people across the UK have emailed their MPs with our MP email template tool to Stop Rosebank, which you can find on our website, stoprosebank.org.uk. I don't care if your MP is Zara Sultana or like a Conservative MP. You'd be surprised. Some of the Conservative MPs even nowadays are like increasingly speaking out against New Oil and Gas, for example, Derek Thomas in one of the Cornwall seats. We've had even like Alok Sharma, and we had Zach Goldsmith even resign over oil and gas. You'd be surprised at what you can actually achieve even engaging with Conservative representatives, and that is obviously not me endorsing the Conservative Party. But all that to say, wherever your MP lies on the political spectrum, it's a very, very strategic action, more so than you would think, to engage with your representatives on a deep level, because they really have to listen to you, and they often do raise the issue in Parliament, as I said earlier, so please, please do engage.
Thank you. Wow, that was wonderful. I wish we had more time. Lauren MacDonald, Louise Harris, Molly Palmer, and Mary McHarg. And try to be loud here, and sometimes I sort of mix up the two. We're nearly there for our networking session, which I myself am very much looking forward to. And now that we've had a thought-provoking panel discussion, we're excited to continue our exploration with yet another fireside chat. We were looking forward to hearing from Jess Pepper, the founder of Climate Cafe. Unfortunately, due to COVID, she is unable to join us here today in person. However, I've been told that she is attending the event, so she might be watching us right now. However, we are fortunate to have Catherine Smith, one of our esteemed climate reality leaders, stepping in. Catherine. Thank you so much for doing this. I know it was sort of a last-minute change that we had to come up with, but it's just so amazing. I mean, Jess is not here herself, so I think it gives us an opportunity to say how amazing she is. Definitely. I mean, she's been on a BBC 100 Women this year. She's incredible, and what she's come up with and the foundation of Climate Cafe is absolutely incredible. And I was just remembering how we sort of helped Jess with one of the first climate cafes at Glasgow. For me, that was an amazing experience. So, Catherine, I'm going to ask you about the Climate Cafe. And how do you think has Climate Cafe evolved since its inception, and what impact has it had on local communities and the broader climate movement?
Yeah, no, thank you, Shuka, and thank you for having me here. So Climate Cafe, it was founded by Jess up in rural Scotland in a tiny community in 2015. And it was inspired because she, as a climate reality leader, was doing a Truth in 10 presentation, which is what we're all trained at, anybody wearing the little green badge. And that basically they found that the community just needed a space to talk about climate and to really have like where anybody could ask questions. It's not for experts, and it's kind of just for the community to be there. We've heard a lot about community today, actually, from all the different speakers across all the different areas, which I think is interesting. So it's allowing all those areas to kind of come together. So she founded it, and they kind of met on, either fortnightly or monthly basis just to talk about different initiatives within their community. From there, it just grew organically, basically. And what's amazing is it's now on every single continent except Antarctica. So they're all across the world. Jess supports them with her hub and through their program within the community, or within the cafe, to basically grow them very specifically in every different community in the cities and towns and things like that. So yeah, it has impacted the wider climate movement. I mean, to the point where Jess was nominated and recognized because of it as part of the BBC 100 Women. So it really has done some amazing initiatives kind of locally, and that therefore inspires action on more of a national level and such. And yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about some of the bits we did in Glasgow in a minute as well.
That's amazing. I mean, and to see how very quickly it became a global movement or initiative, that's just amazing. And as you said, we did talk a lot about community-led initiatives today, and Climate Cafe is definitely one of those initiatives. Can you tell us a bit more about the role such community-led initiatives play in fostering a sense of empowerment and agency among participants?
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked a lot, even in the last session about people feeling like, well, I don't know quite what to do, or, how can I help? Or I don't fit quite into that bit of the climate movement. And so by coming together with, the local people that your neighbors and the people down the road and things like that, it really does give kind of that sense of agency of, you can see what actually happens on the ground, essentially. And I think really focusing on local people creates then local action. We've heard it with even the policymakers talking about it, about, how can they, revamp a road and make it into a park, little things like that, but actually every single little thing matters, and it all adds up in terms of inspiring people to kind of do amazing projects. So a couple of the projects that have spun out of some of the climate cafes was one of a local community just talking about energy and their frustrations with local fuel poverty and paying a lot. And they now have an organization that was set up on the basis of a climate cafe that helped 3,000 homes to reduce their energy and has actually provided over 140 renewable devices to these people. There's another initiative as well, which was looking at water use. So again, a local community that was frustrated by the amount of water use that was kind of being used up, basically. And so they spoke with the public body and have been able to reduce the amount of water used by that community by over 1 million litres a year. So it really is creating amazing changes that are you guys won't know about them because, you know, they're just tiny, they're little kind of things, but actually those little things create ripple effects. And they go, you know, from your local small thing to the town, to the city, and they hear about stuff, just like they were talking about this morning, and in the cities competing against each other, you know, they kind of go, oh, I haven't heard of that thing, that worked over there, and that person worked over there. So, yeah, I think the inner mix of the people in these communities is amazing, and it just gives them a real sense of empowerment and kind of a sense of agency to be able to do something kind of where you live, really.
And I think it's also about creating that safe space. Often people are not comfortable talking about such topics if they don't feel comfortable in that group. And I think what Climate Cafe has done is to create that space that everyone feels safe. So they feel like they're among friends and families, so they're comfortable to talk about different issues, and climate change, of course, is being one of them. Any memorable moments or, you know, successful stories of Climate Cafe gatherings that you could share with us today?
Yeah, so what I'm most linked with is with our COP26 event that we ran as part of Climate Reality and Climate Cafe. So we jointly put on an event over the 2 weeks in Glasgow, and we basically had, as we linked up, Jess has a lot of good, amazing connections up in Scotland, and we were able to work with First Bus, who basically has the largest kind of electric bus network in terms of charging infrastructure, and they offered us a space, and we put on over 20 Climate Cafe talks kind of throughout the 2 weeks that was open to everybody, and inclusive spaces is what we were aiming for. So it was highlighting the voices of people that might not usually be heard, and of other leaders that were coming from across the world. I mean, we had people from the Philippines, South America, across Africa, talking about what inspired them. And they were just such amazing conversations. And the idea was to tell your little story for 5 minutes, and then we'll have a discussion about, you know, what is it like in Colombia when really you don't have an option and you can't just afford to go and do a lot of stuff. And it's unsafe to even ride the bus to go somewhere. So, you know, it's really amazing stories that inspired. And then we also did pop-up cafes throughout Glasgow. We had 2 different events that we helped organise as well on climate justice, and that Shuka organised, and the Just Transition. And then we did, and Jess also hosted in her spare time during all these 2 weeks, kind of 10 online global cafes. So for anybody that couldn't come to COP and be there in Glasgow on the ground, we would talk about what would happen each day, and, you know, what are the leading things, and how is it inspiring people, and what do we think is going on. And people joined, again, from all over the world. We had people waking up at like 2 a.m. to join these cafes. So it was really just inspiring to see the number of people that would come from all walks of life, and to be comfortable to come and ask questions. That was the big thing. You know, it was having, you know, you don't need, no question is a stupid question. Just be relaxed and have a nice cup of tea and a nice biscuit, basically, and have a little chat about what we can do.
Yeah, and I mean, my favorite part of the Climate Cafe that I was involved with was that little speaking booth.
Yeah.
And I mean, because that's how I connect, and that's how in the field of media I realized that's how I managed to connect with my audience through those personal stories. And I remember when I was telling my own story, I only started my work in the field of climate change about 8 years ago. And one of the things at the back of my mind was always like, oh, but you've just started. I mean, people know about environment and climate change since very young age, so I'm not going to be good enough. I'm not going to be able to do it. But then you listen to other people's stories, and then you realize, okay, I mean, it's never too late to start. Everyone has a story. Every story is different, but we all share the same passion and love. And I think that's what's important, and that's what I took from the Climate Cafe that I was a part of. What advice would you give to individuals or groups interested in starting their own Climate Cafe? And by the way, you can do that. Or similar community-driven initiatives to address climate change?
Yeah, so basically the Climate Cafe, they have a Climate Cafe network hub. So for anybody that would like to start a Climate Cafe in your own local community, the advice is just to do it, basically. You can get in touch and they will create you even your own bespoke logo that for links, you know, for where you are with your Climate Cafe. And then it will basically, they'll help support you with resources in terms of how to set up things, what kind of spaces, you know, they're usually public spaces, so anybody can join and such, and, you know, what kind of topics, you know, you might want to, you know, just ideas and things like that. And the key thing I would say is that it doesn't matter on the size. You know, if you want to start a Climate Cafe because you have 6 friends that want to kind of meet up and talk about it, well, great, start with that, and it will grow from there because you can always speak to other people. So yeah, don't worry on the size. They've had some that I think have grown from like a tiny number of people, and now they've got like 50 different organizations that come together, and you know, and they also range in size as well. You can keep it really small. I mean, I live in a hamlet. We've got like 40 people where we live, but we can all come together and have a chat about what we can do and such. So yeah, it's really just kind of go and do it. And like I say, Climate Cafe will support you while doing that. If you want to write it down, the main email address is info@climate.cafe. And, or again, Google it online in terms of them. There's different, I think, people use the term Climate Cafe in different ways, but this is the kind of official first one, essentially, and they'll help support you in setting one up.
Today we talked a lot about the urgency and the need for a faster transition. How do you see Climate Cafe contributing to these efforts, particularly in mobilizing local communities and driving meaningful change?
Yeah, I would say that one of the big things that Climate Cafe has done is just, again, pulling everybody together, essentially, and just really on the ground, what can we do to change things? One of the things that, again, you know, just the last speakers were all talking about, you know, talking to your politicians and such, by being able to have a group and you can say, we're coming together and we'd like you, you know, as a community to help impact and make this change, it really gives kind of politicians, basically, and elected representatives, a chance to go further, a chance to be inspired, and a chance to kind of say that they have the backing of their community. So I'd say that, you know, it's just giving that space. I think we need these spaces. They used to exist, and we just don't, you know, meet up anymore as much, particularly post-COVID, you know, to have those just casual chats and things like that. So, yeah, it's a good opportunity.
Wonderful. Thank you, Catherine. Do stay with us for a session of Climate Cafe shortly after we finish the event. Catherine Smith, a Climate Cafe ambassador and a climate reality leader. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say for our cafe that will be hosted kind of just shortly, we've got a prompt for you just to think about that Jess has given me. So after listening to the sessions today, in the Climate Cafe this afternoon, it's an opportunity to chat, grab a drink, and just relax after our long day. And to try and find out more about the people that are going to be sat at your table. So please do have a seat kind of where you're over. Chat with people that you haven't met before, and you can have a chat about what's inspired you today and take it away from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we okay? Perfect. No need to change and set the stage. As we come to the end of our event, I want to once again express my sincere gratitude to all of our speakers and participants for their valuable contribution throughout the day. Now, to offer some closing remarks and reflections on today's discussions, I'm delighted to invite Lisa Van Heller, the Vice Provost of Climate Crisis at UCL.
Thank you. I'm checking the mic. Is that working? The back? Yeah, great. I am so delighted to be here, and I've been given the impossible task of summarizing a whole wonderful day's worth of discussions and productive ideas and fruitful disagreements in 5 minutes. And so what I might do instead is offer a kind of a personal start and then try and do some justice to that mandate. Today, there's been a small voice from the back, a young person that's been kind of floating through beautifully, I think, and it was really wonderful, and it reminded me of a time when I was playing with my son when he was 3.5 years old. I'm a single parent, and we were playing doctor. I'm a good aspirational middle-class mother. And so he took out his thermometer and took my temperature, and he looked in my eyes, and he took my blood pressure, and he listened to my heart. And he packed up his implements, and he looked me straight in the eye, very good bedside manner, and he said, "Mummy, it's not good news." And I thought, oh my God, what is gonna come? And he said, "Mummy, you have climate change." And I realized 2 things in that moment. One, I had been working on a research project with a team, and we were interviewing leaders in the global south about how they're dealing with kind of worst impacts of climate change and how that's affecting their policymaking. And I thought, I need to stop talking about this so much at the dinner table. And the second insight I had is, of course, he's absolutely right. We all have climate change. It's in our hearts, as we've heard from the activists today. It's in our minds, the way the scientists have spoken about. It's in the way that we talk to each other. It's in the way that we now connect with each other. And I feel so privileged and so lucky to be in this role of Pro-Vice Provost for the climate crisis at UCL. With Professor Mark Maslin, who has been a huge supporter and cheerleader of mine. But I feel so lucky because I think UCL is the best place in the world to be able to work and study on issues related to sustainability and addressing the climate crisis, even with its frustrations, even though we know we can do better. And a lot of what we've been hearing about today makes me think about the importance of that feeling work that we've heard about. But it also made me reflect on something I heard Amitav Ghosh, the Indian writer and scholar, talk about a few weeks ago in a program I listened to. And he noted that in the West, we spend a lot of time asking whether we should feel hope or despair, depending on the latest headline we've heard, the latest talk we've been to, the latest scientific report that's come out. And he suggested that in those moments, we take that time to feel, but also ask a different question, the question of duty. Given the state of the planet, what can I do with the knowledge and the resources and the capacity and the power that I have? What can I do? And so I am choosing to feel those emotions, but also ask this question. In my role as a professor of political science, in my life as a mother, and in the Pro-Vice Provost role here at UCL with Mark. And today I've heard a room full of people that take that question, what can I do, seriously. And so I want to focus on looking at all the amazing, innovative things that have been happening in this space and moving from that place of strength as we go into our conversations afterwards. We've heard about innovations and entrepreneurships and disruption in business, policy, campaigns, culture. We've heard about the net zero strategy for London by 2030. We've heard about a place of strength, a political consensus in Westminster, which may be fraying, but that there is a need for action on climate change and that there is a receptivity to that. We've heard about synergies between climate commitments and other goals. Some people believing that we can synergize development goals in Africa with the development of renewable energies. We should also synergize between commitments to social justice, insulating and decarbonizing homes here in Camden, as a way of addressing the climate crisis and social justices at the same time. We continue to hear about the need for meaningful engagement by young people, but have heard how they're doing that themselves through climate assemblies, being in touch with their representatives, direct action, and other forms of student activism within the university itself. And I think the thing that's tying all of this together is this need for leadership, and leadership in big ways and in small ways. And in what ways can we take leadership? What kinds of agency do we have? From those small conversations within the community to taking action right up to the political level, to the heart of Westminster. And of course, we always need to remember that doing this work can be challenging, and we need to take care of ourselves and of each other. And the key message that has been coming back to me today and today is one of connection and that need for connection. And so I think this really helps us segue into the next component of the day. And before we do that, I'm going to hand back over to Shuka to close this portion of today's event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Well, that is it. Thank you. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Thank you for all your wonderful comments and questions. And once again, I'd like to thank our excellent speakers that helped us throughout the day. We will shortly move for our Climate Cafe to the Jeffrey Hall for some refreshments and networking. Meanwhile, we will have a CTA or either a QR code that on the screen that will link to the feedback form. So we would like to know your thoughts about today's event. And we would like to say a huge thanks to all the people that made this event happen today. I had the privilege to work with the fantastic UCL team, Claudia Rowland, Kate Thomas, Catherine Welsh, James Paskins, Becca Burns, Sam Greenwood, Ellie Lee, and Michael Lucibella, and the fantastic Climate Reality team, of course, Versha Jones, Gosha Richlick, Catherine Smith, Eric Dahlhausen, Jessica Besch, and Sean Berger. Thank you so much. Thank you.